There we go. All right, it's been a while, and I'm a little rusty for the Kings of the Hill, but welcome back to week 10 of Kings of the Hill. For those of you who are not familiar with it, this is the brainchild of Mr. Doug Lowe of Low Expectations, whose motto is not just good, good enough. Sorry, I get too much of a kick out of that. Anyway, it's been almost a year since we've had the last Kings of the Hill. I've been holding off and hoping that everything was going to get back to the point where we could have a little bit of a louder venue and have a few people enjoying the match live. And we're there. So tonight, this is our matchup. Let me see if I can get it up there. We've got Great White North. Oh, and I've got that music going still, which I can't even hear. Great White North is back. And they consist of Mr. Mike Calla, Mr. Kevin Robitaille, Mr. Doug Lowe. Fargo's a 626, 688, and 579. They're going to be giving up some big points, and we'll get into that in just a minute. They're going to be playing the challengers, or, well, I guess they're both challengers, because the last Kings abdicated the throne. So Neil Ram with a Fargo 533, Cody Graham with a 530, and Mr. Sean Telvin with a 562. I think those have changed a little bit today. Those will be reflected on the score sheet. So without any further ado, the guys are going to get underway. I just want to give you the score sheet here. So as you know, Kings of the Hill scoring is a little confusing because it's a floating finish line. It all depends on how many games are left and what the current score is. So as you see, some of the Fargos have changed down here. Let me just get the telestrator up and running. Down here. Gotta overlay it. Hold on. Like I said, I'm rusty. Oop. That's not gonna work. Anyway, well, you can see at the bottom there, you can see the games remaining. There's 32 games remaining, basically, but that's a little glitch because there's actually 35. The deal there, though, is that due to the handicap... Nope, I'm not really sure. Oh, that would be the tiebreaker that's there. Okay, so there is 32 games, and Buttercream Croc Skin is going to start out with a 17-point lead right off the bat. So Great White North has got to be digging themselves out of a hole in a hurry. We're going to be starting on... Let me just get that scene. Table number 2. I got to set that up so that we have it going. The guys are out there waiting for me to start. I got stuck in traffic and I am way late today. It's 8 o'clock instead of 7:30, so I appreciate everybody sticking with us and hanging out. We'll get there and we'll get it going. Let me know how the audio's doing. If the audio's all right, I would appreciate that. There we go. Scene table 2. There we go. You guys are up and running. We're going to start this off with our standard scotch triples. All 3 players are involved on each team. Just doing some maintenance here on my shortcuts. And let's see. You guys are aware I just have to fix something here. The guys are racking up there. There's Kevin. Getting it ready. We're just about to get underway here. Okay, that telestrator's working now. All right, should be good to go. Looks like Great White North is going to be breaking. The obligatory coin? What are they doing there? Oh, they did the lineups. Okay, so that's how that's working. So the order should be Doug, Mike, Kevin. I'm just going to confirm that. To go. Okay. Excellent. We're underway. Almost a year. I can't believe we're back. So it's a little louder here these days. We'll see how it goes. But, you know, loud's good. That means there's people here. Speaking of here, we are coming at you live from the Metro Cafe and Billiards, Cafe Bar and Billiards here in Vancouver, BC. Got the little audio feedback from my phone. I'll plug that in so my battery doesn't die. All right. Looks like a dry break. Sean Tellman coming up. 5 in the corner. Leaves himself nicely for the 3 to break that 7 out. I know the BCCS team, Buttercream Scotch. I'm not, and you know that's going to take a lot. I'll just call them the Buttercream team. They're going to jump on this lead right off the bat. 6 balls still going to need some development. He's got the 4 in the side. See if that. Yep, got to adjust that telestrator. So give me a second here. Yeah, sure. Now it fails. Okay, I'll have to start that again. Give me a second, folks. It's been a while, so I got a couple things failing, and I'm trying to fix it. There we go. Okay, that'll be Mr. Doug Lowe back at the table. We'll get that telestrator figured here one of these days and get it sorted out. A little tight to his work there. 14 ball does go into this corner pocket down here. Now it seems to be working again. There we go. There we go. And then there's Mr. Mike Calla. Folks call him Grumpy. I'm just kidding. They don't. It's going to leave a little bit of angle to go left over for that 10 ball. Kevin should be able to get to that side rail without a problem. It's a little loud in here, but I hope they can't hear me. Over. He's gonna be hampered a little bit. He wanted to get as straight as possible, so all Doug would have to do is draw down there. Jacked up over that one. Doug may have to lean over this and play it with some top right and come around the table to get down into that zone. So I don't have the chat up, but I'm going to work on getting it between games here. It's just one of those things that takes a little bit of practice setting up. Oh, there it is. Nicely done. That's going to get almost perfect on that 15. And he's got a little bit of angle. So he's going to be able to come out. Well, he can stop right there for the side pocket, or he could come back out. But coming back out off this rail like this kind of goes right at the side. Watch the side. Okay, he's going to be short and a little off angle, so that was all right. Kevin, 8 ball, bottom left corner pocket in the heart. And that's going to give him one. So I'm going to put that 17 points up for Buttercream with a note that that's the spot. Yeah, guys are having a chat out there, figuring out what the order thing is. It can be a little confusing with this game, with this format, with the scotch triples. So let me see here.
If they were allowed, they would have too.
Rack number 2 in this race to 5 scotch triples usually takes about an hour, and then then when we start on the 2 tables, it really starts flying. So it's a bit of a slow start overall, but from the feedback from the players is that they don't mind it because it gets everybody engaged right away, which was kind of the point. But Cody's snapping the cue ball into the side pocket off that break. Let me see if I can pop up the score sheet there. Give me a minute. Mr. Doug Lowe's sorting himself out, figuring out that. button. There we go. So with these guys' skill level, you're going to see them run a couple racks, I'm sure. With Kevin sitting at a 688, Mike in the 630s, I think it was. And Doug somewhere south of 580, which is a little lower than I think his actual skill is. Trying to get over for the 5 or the 1 if he doesn't get steep enough on the 5. No, he's right there, but he's going to be right on top of that 14. It's not too bad. I mean, this makes it a shot where Mike is just trying to pot the 5. You're not trying to do anything else here. Unless he feels he can juice it. Oh, takes it to the end rail, brings it out. Now Kevin has his choice of the 1 or the 4. Either one will work. Either one gets to the other one. I think the 4 ball gives you a bit more angle to get to the 1. They're both pretty straight, though. He's going to take a good stroke on this one. And that was a good stroke. Nice and clean. Hit it almost perfectly straight. Drew it right back to the center of the table. And if you ever have doubts as to where you need to be, go back to the center of the table. It's not a bad place to be. Don't need to play this with left or draw. Just check, like just hold it coming back and forth across the table. Nicely done. Mr. Mike, 4 and 8 ball in the bottom left corner pocket again. Same pocket twice in a row. And just like that, that 17-point handicap is now down to 15. That's Great White North is a pretty darn good team, so you know when they get to the table, they can easily not let you get back. If you wouldn't mind sharing, folks, I would appreciate it. I'm gonna do a little bit of sharing myself. Oh, I'm able to do it this way again. I love this. I can just scroll down here and tap all my things and post up, spam everybody. Well, there we go, folks. If you're just stopping by, we're back. Kings of the Hill returns. It's only been just about a year. It's really loud in here, so if there's a lot of background noise, if you're having trouble hearing me, send me a note. I'd appreciate it. Let me know what the stream looks like. I think that one table looks like it could be a little clearer. Yeah. We'll see if we can get here a little earlier next time. Try and avoid that traffic. 4 ball in the corner. No, the 1 ball. It took the 1 ball. We must have been corner hooked on that 4 ball, I guess. Or set. Which ball was that? That might have been the... Well, now the color's kind of washing out on me here. I'm gonna see if I can tweak that camera a little bit. Yeah, it's just a little out of focus, and I don't have time to fix it today, so sorry, folks. We'll just keep motoring on forward. There we go. So yeah, been a while. Been a while. I think that's, I can't see who's at the table. I think that's Neil. Yep. Neil taking that 11 to the side. I think he's going to try and draw back just a little bit to the 14. Nope, went forward. Off the horn. Comes up for the 13 nicely. Now it just needs to work that cue ball around. There's a lot of movement on the cue ball here. A lot can go wrong. It's good to see a lot of people down here at the Metro Cafe Bar and Billiards in Vancouver, BC. Place is pretty busy right now, actually. Oh no. Sean tried to juice that ball around 3 rails to get it down there for that 14 to the 15 and just drove it into that corner pocket. That's going to bring Doug to the table. He may, even though it's tight, he may line up on that 3 to the side. Just because that's the only 2 balls that don't have a pocket automatically. He may elect to play the 6 and break them out, or play the 2 and break them out. Neither one's a bad idea if you're not comfortable shooting a short stroke shot like that 3 ball into that bottom side pocket. And this isn't, like, there's so much that can go right doing it this way as well. If he hits the 1, he's still going to have the 5. He hits the 3, he's still going to have the 7. And he may end up setting those 2 balls up now so they both go. So Mike coming to the table. Lots to work with. It's kind of an interesting deal, this Scotch triples. Oh, I don't think he planned to play that off the 6, but he'll take it. Kevin's got a little smile there. Mike with a chuckle as he sits down. He knows that wasn't fully intended. Hey, 6 folks in the chat room. 7, woo, nice. Thanks for dropping by, everybody. It's been a long time, but Kings of the Hill returns. We've got another tournament, or another match coming up on, I think it's the 17th of June. I'll have to double check that. Let me just pop my calendar open here. 17th of June. And then I believe on the 8th, 9th, and 10th, we've got a special event coming up. I got to talk to Doug during a break, make sure he's got the poster ready. Mike with the 6 ball wants to get that cue ball to that side rail. That 14 may be in the road. If it is, it's all right. Kevin has an escape ball with the 4 ball over here. So one thing about 8 balls, you've usually got an escape ball. Not always, but usually. Whereas in rotation games, you don't. You just don't have an escape ball. You don't get shape on the next ball in the rotation. You're kicking or ducking and switching from offense to defense. Speaking of offense and defense, Buffalo's has their one pocket event on this weekend. You can check it out on Pool Action TV. If you haven't got the subscription, yeah, check it out. It's got so much good pool on it. And that's going to put them up 3 to 17. That 17 points is the handicap given to A buttercream Croc Skin. So I say that too fast, I'm going to make another mistake. Mr. Navigill stopping by the stream. Thank you, sir. Hope you're enjoying it. We're going to see about rotating out to one of the garages out in the valley there, if they're interested, either Brad's or Rob's. I know they've got a tournament tonight. I think it's over at the garage. You could pull that stream up as well. So there's even more pool to watch. Cody popping the cue ball off the table. And he's left a wide open break, wide open table there. I say wide open, but then I look again, and that 8-ball causes a few problems if you're high ball. And if you're low ball, because it doesn't go to those two bottom table, or left end corner pockets. But I think Kevin will probably get one of them out of the road right now. Might play the combination 12-11. Not afraid of a combination shot. Oh, doesn't go. He was trying too hard, I think, to hold that 12 ball there. Didn't want the 12 ball to wander off because that was the next pocket. That was the next ball to shoot out there. Neil cinching high ball. Sean coming up to the table with either the 10 ball by his right, by his where he's standing, or that 14-12 combination. Now, combinations are never easy, but at the same time, when you've just watched Kevin miss one, who's one of the better players in the Lower Mainland here, you'll maybe go, well, if he didn't make it, what am I doing shooting a combination? But maybe that doesn't come into your head. Certainly didn't seem to bother Sean. Drills that right in the heart and leaves Cody fairly nicely on that 14. Probably going to leave that 15 there to come back to for the 8. Might not, though. I suspect he'll try and come up between the 3 and the 2. He's going to run right into the 2, and he's going to hook him on everything. Well, that 13 might go. 15 might go, but it looks a little tight. Just got to do some tidying up my workspace here so I can be a little bit more comfortable while we wait for Neil to review the situation and come up with a plan. Oh. Welcome to the stream, Cindy. I'm assuming you're watching after getting that message. Much appreciated. Is he going airborne? Oh, that wasn't far off, actually. That wasn't far off. Unfortunately, that's going to bring Mr. Low, of which we have great expectations. No, wait a minute. It's low expectations. That's right. Five ball top right. Come back out. Just bump out for the 1. That's going to go too far. Is he going to leave anything? It's awkward there. It's really awkward there. You got the cut on the 1. You got the cut on the 1. The cut on the 2. It's a tricky one. Is he taking the 2 or is he taking the 1? He's taking another look back. It's a bit of an awkward position. That's what I was saying. Oh, he's going to go airborne. He's going for the 7. I would give I'm going to say that Mike is a favorite to make this one. That's going to work. And then we've got Kevin over here. Just, if he plays this 2, he's going to have to really get that draw to release or grip quick off that 2 to avoid the side. And he's right into the horn, and he actually overcut it. So he had a little bit more room. Didn't leave much. Well, that 9 ball's there. He's got the 9. He can come over the 13 in the same pocket. I think that's his best bet. Just come 2 rails out. He came out 1 rail. Needs that to slow down. He doesn't want to get onto this. Okay, see, I think he's gotten on the wrong side of the ball. Nope, he's okay. Just barely. See, if he was on this side, the cue ball would be going that way, and that makes that shot a whole lot more difficult. Oh, wow. Now, it all depends on how much he can see as to what he can do with the 15. If he can just see the top of this ball, then he's just got to roll it in and leave the long shot. But if he can see the bottom of it and cue below center, maybe draw this ball back a little bit. Nope, he's got to jack up over the top. Just roll it in. You're just cinching the ball. There you go. Sean to the table. He's got a long shot on that 10. And now this one's going to be tricky. He's so close to that end rail. You're going to have to come off that ball. Well, he's going to have spin on it, so that's going to come into here. Unless he can get it tighter to it. He's trying to get into here, or at worst here. Somewhere near the 4-ball, either side of the 4-ball. So coming off of here, just out to the center table. Just a little bit of left-hand siding on that, along with that top, and he should be good. Just nice, clean stroke. Oh, he hit that, I guess, with straight top. Watch out! Oh no! Oh no! Hooked on the 8 by the 2. Nothing else to do it. You got to go up, and you got to come down. And it's going to be right about there as well. As long as he doesn't hit it with any stuff, right about there. Cody calls it bottom left corner pocket. I don't know if that's enough. It's hard to tell what angle these guys are actually looking at. That's shortened up huge. And that's going to bring Great White North back to the table. They needed to come out of the gate big, being down 17 in handicap points when there's only a total of 35. I mean, you're basically giving away half the points. Now, the way the handicap works is there's still 35 points to be had. The problem is that the buttercream team only needs like 10, maybe. So every game that Great White North loses is huge. So every single game that buttercream can pick up is massive for them. I guess I should say for every loss for Great White North is massive. Every win is just a drop in a big bucket they have to fill. But if they lose, it's like a drop versus a cup, right? But when the Fargos are that far apart, you know, they're giving up almost 200 points, I think. That's big. And there they go. 4-17. I was talking with Doug earlier before this started, and he actually said, "Oh my gosh, really? We have to give up 17 points?" And we started talking about it, and I'm like, well, you know, we can't change it because everybody agreed to play under these conditions, so there's no way we're changing it, even if we think this might be too many. And then we thought about it a little bit more, is because when we were doing this, we had the handicap at 25 points, and it wasn't enough, right? So we dropped it down. I think it's at 15 now. For every 15 points difference in handicap, your opponent gets a game. So that being said, we had some very, very close matches, and I think I don't know, have we had to go to the tiebreaker before or not? I'm not sure. Anybody remember if we've had to go to the tiebreaker before? Mr. Mike Calla to break. I think I heard something go down. Nope. Well, yeah, it looks like Neil's getting up to play. Headed to the table. It's the thing about 8-ball. 8-ball is a very it's a thinking game. You got to think about what you're doing and where you're going and how you're running this out, because you've got so many options to choose from. 9-ball, 10-ball, the rotation games, there's not as much thinking involved. There's still thinking, of course. You have to play well. You have to think your way through it. But a lot of your decisions, well, first off, there's fewer decisions because you've only got one target ball. It's either can I continue this run or should I play safe now? So there's not a lot of decisions. Maybe you've got, should I run it forward, run it back? I don't know, whereas in 8-ball, there's like, you can run it out 18 different ways. So you really got to think about what your patterns are going to be. One pocket really and lets your creativity go. I'm just learning one pocket, so I don't know much about it, but it's fantastic to play and watching it right now. If you get a chance to watch that Buffaloes match or the Buffaloes tournament, watch, man. Those guys are insane, and the money is huge. The Calcutta last night was $152,000. And I think the only names that aren't there are like Dennis Orcola. So, if you can hit this with a little bit of draw and just float to the side rail, that might be a little speedy. Needs it to stop. Still going to have the 9, but this is going to pose problems. That 13 ball is going to be moving, and so is the cue ball. Not sure where it's going to end up. Cue ball will bump the 5, probably push the 5 onto the 6, maybe past the 6. But where the 13 is going to go, where the cue ball is going to end up, might want to play this with enough speed to get over for the 11 with the cue ball. Well, if you can jump, I think that's a wired combo. I have no idea if they can hear me or not from over here. I hope not. Nobody's looking my way like I've done something or giving them a hint or anything. Hey Mark, welcome to the stream. Hope you're enjoying it. It's been almost a year since Kings of the Hill have been off air. It's really good to be back. As you can see, I got a couple things to brush up. That's not my current logo on the bottom, so I'll fix that for the next one. Sean going airborne with a full queue. Every time I see somebody jump with a full queue, I can't help but think of Earl Strickland and what's his name? Joe Rogan's impersonation of Earl Strickland. Look that one up. That's funny. Not necessarily flattering to Earl, but funny. Now he went and got his jump cue, popping over, and that's it. Once it just settled down somehow, well, there's only one option here, ladies and gentlemen, is bank that 11. And if you do bank that 11, you have a very small window. You have a very small window to hit. Somewhere in there. Or you can bank it and somehow get into it. I don't know. He got the bank, but getting shape on that was always going to be a tough one. But still, nice shot from Mr. Cody Graham. Runs the Tournament of Titans and the weekly tournament down here at the Metro Cafe Bar and Billiards. Neil calling it in the corner. He's going to go up and down, try and squeeze it through the 7-5. This is one for the highlight reels. Oh, highlight reel. I forgot to turn on instant replay. Next time, we'll have it all set up. Of course, I say that every time. And that's going to be a foul, but he's tied up to 13. Pretty easy for Kevin to break it out, though. He'll shoot that one and pop that 7 out. Just draw it into it a little bit. See him give himself a little bit of angle now. He just draws into it, right, and comes out over here. Perfect for the 6. Probably not even going to come that far. Oh, he went forward. Went forward to break out the 7 and get shape on it. Didn't even see that. Love watching better players play. You learn a lot if you're paying attention, which I try and do. But they're on the hill in this set. Just so you're aware. That didn't work. Trying to bring up that capture. Oh, I hit the wrong one. Okay. Nope, that's not it. There it is. Oh, I've got a conflict. There we go. Okay. Sean looking at that 13. He should be okay cutting this in as long as he doesn't play this with too much speed. If he just rolls it in, the cue ball should straighten out, hit here, and come back out. Oh, he played it with bottom. Well, there it is. Cody Graham's and Buttercream teams. Okay, Buttercream, Croc Skin. First attempt at a win. In the side. On the board. Not gonna give everything away. All right. We'll see how accurate our handicapping estimation is. Because they're at 18. Let's bring up that scoreboard just so you can see the progress here. Oh. I've got to fix that. Oh, they're fixing it themselves. There you go. So there's our score. There's 28 games remaining, and they only have a deficit of 14. So that's been a good start by Great White North so far. They need to keep putting balls in the hole. And Buttercream needs to slow them down. Sorry. Wrong person there. Hey, Mr. Sean Seguin stopping by. Hey, Sean. That was, I just want to say thanks very much for playing so well in that Tournament of Titans they had here a few weeks ago. That was pretty impressive. It was a lot of fun to call your match, man. That's right. Nothing but dry toast. Don't give him nothing but dry toast.
Quit. Oh, no, no, I'm grabbing a coffee. You gotta take your cup.
See if I can adjust that color. It's on auto, I believe. And it should not be. There you go. Okay, good enough. Buttercream trying to work through another rack. Is he calling the 13? Looks like the 13. Need to slide by that 8. Does so nicely. Leaves the 10. You might as well try to get on that 12 as well. Gosh. Just cut the 10 in. Just cut the 10 in. You're going to have the 15, barring some unforeseen ill luck. Thank you, sir. Hey, Mr. Lee Smith from up in Prince George, I believe, stopping by the stream. Welcome, sir. Good to have you back. You're coming in, the Buttercream team had a 17-point handicap due to the Fargo difference between the teams. So since they've started playing, it's been 4-1. But every win by Great White North is just a small drop in the bucket they need. And every win that Buttercream does is a pail of water. Kevin with the one on the side, leaving it right there. Setting up for the 5 or the 7. I don't mind either one. Probably the 7, because you can take the 7 and then get the 6 out of the way. The 3. Oh, powered over there for the 3. Well, that'll be interesting to see what Mike does with this. Whether he takes the 2 or whether he takes the 3 that Doug was offering him. The interesting thing about Scotch triples is everybody sees the table differently, so 3 shots later, your plan might not even be close. The better the players are, the more simple or the probably most likely the more consistent the patterns will be. Looks like Mike's going to come over and shoot the 2, or is he just looking to see what the 6 looks like? If he's going to leave for the... now he's looking for the 2 in the side after he makes the 3. Yeah, just based on where he was standing, I think he's going to play this with a little bit of left-hand side and just come over to this bottom right rail. Oh, that drifted out. That drifted out. I don't know. It looked like it drifted to me, folks. It's a huge handicap. But Kings of the Hill is unique in that its finish line is a little bit of a floating finish line. Oh, that was nicely done. Now Sean just needs to shoot the 12 and roll a diamond. Roll a diamond down the table. And we'll be looking at Cody to shoot the 10 ball. Okay, just roll this in. And he's perfect on the 10. It maybe would have been nice to go a little further, but this will work just fine. Cody can play this in that bottom left corner pocket. Draw that cue ball to the side rail or run it to the end rail. The danger of running it forward is hitting it too hard and having it come up too far back. But that should take quite a pop, and he's hit that nicely. Neil up for a big, big second point. Call it in the side. And that's in. So it started out with Great White North taking the first four racks, and it looked like they were going to eat this first set and not let Buttercream team get any points on the board in addition to the 17 points on the handicap. But it didn't work out that way, as Buttercream has come back to take the last 2 racks. They're doing well. Alternating break. Mr. Mike Calla up to the table. Let's see if he can pop either the 12 or the 6 in the side. It's very similar to a 10 ball break. 6 in the side. So he's made a low ball. That left side of that rack didn't move much. That's what happens sometimes when you hand rack. Template racks are much more consistent. Some people say too consistent. They make the game too easy. Sean, that's the race is a bit of a floating target, and I'll show you the scoreboard here in a second. See if I can find it. Well, I had it here. I will have to adjust it. I screwed it up, so I have to redo it. That's not going to work. I got to tweak it. Sorry, got to close it and bring it back up. See if I can pick up that score sheet again. I've dropped it. There we go. We got it back again. So I'll pop that up again after this rack. They haven't added the score there, so I'll adjust it for the other team. It is now 2. Kevin's looking at kicking the 15 in. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Coming 2 rails, out for the 14 and the 10. He's going to have just a little bit of pace on this. Double kisses it and leaves the cue ball stuck there. Got a long bank on the 11. But the way Buttercream's been coming on, do you really want to take a risky shot? I don't think you have much option, though. Yeah, there's not much you can do. You got to go for it. The balls are set up. If you don't go for it, well, how are you going to play safe on this? Just get 2 balls over the hole? You could try cutting the 11 in behind the 7, but that's tricky. I don't know. I think that's a little bit too much. Oh, you're on your way down, Sean. Well, stomp on by my table here, and I'll go over the score with you. I didn't see what he indicated. I'm not sure if he's going for the bank. Doesn't look like he's going to. You might as well, though. It's a little short, but if that gets on the 4, that won't be a disaster. Went past the 4. Well, here's another opportunity for Buttercream. I mean, I can't say that the Great White North hasn't had their chances. They just come up a little short a couple times, which can happen. Can definitely happen with these games. Cody Graham trying to draw it back out. Oh, that may be too far. That may be too far. He may still have the 4, but that's so tight. No, he's not there. What am I thinking? Let's play the cue ball off the 3 into that end rail. Gets the rail. Didn't get as tight as he would have wanted. He wanted to come back up behind the 8 and the 5. But this is still going to put the jump cue in Mr. Mike Calla's hand. Although, to be fair, even though this isn't a great jump cue, position anywhere in here isn't bad. So as long as you can get the cue ball. Hold on, let me do it this way. There you go. Cue ball anywhere in this zone and you're fine. So call the 14 in the corner and try and run the cue ball forward on it. That may work. He's given up the 3 though. He has given up the 3. He got the cue ball forward though, and that's tough to do. If you've ever tried to deliberately roll the cue ball forward on a jump shot, give it a go. It's not easy. It takes some practice. Oh, yeah, Sean, for Kings of the Hill, I pretty much have to be on site because I bring the money with me. For those of you that don't know, it is $350 to enter. $300 goes to the prize money, and $50 from each team gets split and goes towards fuel costs, to be honest with you, because that truck is insane. We just started that, so I think it's just the last team or two that has done that. But the winning team will bring home, will split $600. If they choose to play again, they will still get $300 back tonight, and the other $300 will go back into the kitty for their next match. Doug trying to make sure he doesn't mess this up. He's got to take the 14. You got to take the 14 because then that gives your cue ball, gets your cue ball on the right side of that 11 to play down for the 8. And I think it's Kevin Robitaille that follows him. Don't get too far. Okay, that'll work. That'll work. Now he's got natural angle floating towards that 8. No, it's Mike Calla that's going to play this one. He's going to want to go. He might not have enough angle here. This might be tough. Well, he can cheat the pocket. He can cheat the pocket, so he should be able to create the angle if it's not there and get enough speed to roll down into the 5. Well, bump the 5 too hard, though. You make the 8. That's not good. I think your best bet might be to go into the 3.
What's wrong with you? We're throwing cues. Play pool. I'm not here to joke around. I want to find a winner. I only want to play the winner, not the loser. If you lose, get out. Only the winner can play with me. Time for losers, I'm out of it. Next time you drop a full table down, a cue down, walk out.
There's some characters in the house. Well, thank you very much, Chris, for taking care of that, helping the fellow out there that's causing a bit of a disruption. Not a bad guy, he's just a little loud. No real problem, just a distraction. Oh no, the kiss pushes the cue ball back up against the 5. I mean, you're just playing for the hit now. I mean, what else do you do? How do you play this? Kevin's got a puzzle to solve here. Yeah, this is such a disappointment for Great White North because they know that they need a lot of wins, and not only do they need a lot of wins, they need to keep Buttercream off the score sheet. I don't believe he can thin that 8. Oh, he just knocked that 3 ball up to the 8, trying to tie everything up. Gave him ball in hand, tried to tie it up, but he didn't get there. They still go. So watch Cody to take that 5 in that bottom left corner pocket and leave the 3 for the next one. Oh, he's going to take the 3 first. I don't mind taking the 5, and then the 3, and then the 4, 1, 8. But you can draw this. You can draw this straight back to the rail, and you get the same result. Although he may be going into the 8 here. I can't really tell what that angle looks like. It's pretty loud in here, to be honest with you. And this is not what Great White North wanted, but this is definitely what Buttercream wanted. They don't even have to win the sets, they just have to keep them close. This will make it 4-3. So, just so you guys can see, you see here, it's 4-3 for the set, but due to the 17 points in handicap over here, due to the Fargo difference, the actual score is 20-4. Games remaining is 28. So as soon as this score exceeds this one, it's over. Buttercream to break, Sean Tellman at the helm. Snapping that second ball break. Watch the one ball going for a ride. And now that is a fairly nice break, other than it's dry. But Great White North is not going to be annoyed by this. This is a great opportunity for them to start knocking a few of these down. I think Kevin can take to that 6 right now. Although highball has its advantages, it's a little tricky with this one here. This one here is the only thing that makes me look at highball and go, nyeh. A technical term, nyeh. Well, like I said, we're about an hour into it, so this is about the stage where this Scotch triples runs out, and then we really start going. I know that this is a slow start. Mr. Dave Michael Silvius stomping by, saying hello. Nice to have you at the stream, sir. Thank you very much. I think you're playing in that tournament down at Brad's today, aren't you? Are you not? 15 in the corner. Going right at that 14. Went too far. Not by much, though. Well, not a lot of options there. There's that 11, the 12, the 9, but they're all risky, right? 9 ball lets the cue ball run. Take the 9 ball to the side. I'm not even sure that that 9 goes by that 8. Yeah, it doesn't go by the 8. 11 ball goes. It's going to require a heck of a shot. Overcut it. But he's not going to leave a whole heck of a lot. Oh no, there's the 6. I was looking a little too close to it. As soon as my eyeball caught around it, you start seeing the options. So Buttercream, with a newfound sense of life, only trails 4-3, but leads the overall match 20-4. We're going to see how it gets going. Great White North really needs this rack if they really want to make a serious push to winning this. They've had some options. They've had some opportunities, I should say. It's going to be a late one tonight, folks, seeing as how I was a little stuck in traffic getting here. Oh, that's right. You had that other function today, I think you said. Can't remember what it was you said, but I remember that. I remember now that you said you weren't going to be playing today. Sean's a little stuck here. Not sure if he can see enough of that 1 ball to make a swing at it. Doesn't look like it. He's eyeing up that 5 ball. The thin cut on the 5. Or is he just playing? So he might just be ducking in behind that 1. That wouldn't be a bad play. Oh, it's going to come out, though. And it comes out, it's going to leave that 11. It's going to leave the 11. So, oh, but Mike's going to go with that 14 in the side, maybe? That wouldn't be bad, because then you're sending your cue ball into this mess. And you take away the ticky-tack shape plays you're going to need to get in there. If there's enough room to squeeze that 14 by, that's not a bad play. Anytime it's that tight, though, it's a little risky because it is pretty humid here. And, you know, I don't think the balls are polished fresh before the match, so he could get a kick or a little bit of a long contact. But he hits it perfect. No kick needed. No kick received. Drains it right in that side pocket. He's got the 10 sitting there. Mr. Robitaille leaving Doug a nice little shot in that 13. Doesn't have to do much. In reality, I think all he has to do is pop that cue ball off the side rail. It's going to be a little tricky getting from that 12 to that 15, though. As long as you can get into here, though, you'll give Kevin a reasonable shot at it. Oh, I didn't even see that ball there. Wide open. Yeah, I think I'm clearing out that 11 ball first. Well, no, not really. I think you got to take the 12. I know you don't have the greatest room for shape, but it's actually not that small. Should be able to fit in there. No, he's going to take the 11 first anyway. Probably come 2 rails. Try and feed it right up through there. That's a little tricky. I might be going the other way and just draw this back to here. Yeah, Kevin's just taking a look, seeing exactly where he needs to be. Wants that to slow down. That's perfect. And now the only thing you need to worry about is that spot and in here. And you're headed right there because you're going to come in here. You're headed right up there. So you just need to make sure you have enough pace to bump them out of the way. Just a couple inches. Just play it long enough to go into them and knock them 4 or 5 inches. That's all the weight you need. You don't need to be able to come all the way back out to the center of the table. Well, he's jacked up over the 7. But this is their best look at an 8-ball in 3 games. To win the first set and edge out a 2-game victory. Mike Calla jacked up over the 7, 8-ball, bottom left corner pocket. And he puts it off the horn. That's going to give Buttercream an opportunity. I don't know whose turn it is. I think whoever follows Sean. I think it's Cody's turn.
We're going to write the order down on the board. Sean plays for the
Yeah, he played the safe.
Yeah, they're just figuring out who had to play. And it was right because Sean tried to play the safe, so Cody's at the table. Probably going to take that 7-ball right now. Might take the 1-5, but might take the 7. Everything's wide open, so it doesn't really matter. Well, a little bit of 50-yard line on everything there. Neil's going to have to make a little bit of a recovery shot here. I mean, everything still goes. It's not like he left him jammed up a rail with nowhere to go. He's got the 3, he's got the 4, he can cut the 1. The only ball he doesn't have a direct shot on is the 7. It's just the 3 shots he have aren't really what you want, nice and easy, right? Neil's made a nice shot. That cue ball's got to stop, though. That cue ball's got to stop. A little bit more speed, and that would have shortened up enough to actually go in the pocket. Uh-oh. Nope. Held up fairly nicely. Just when you think it's going to roll another ball width or two, it stops. 7 ball, top right corner pocket. Mr. Cody Graham. Leaning into it. And sets that 4 up nice in the middle of the table. This is huge. This is huge. This is the exact opposite of the way they wanted it to go. Great White North, I mean. Oh, I marked that in and I shouldn't have. Hill in the first set. It's actually huge, those 4 points, eh?
Oh yeah, I know.
Like if they had to beat you 5-0, then this is a totally different match, right?
Oh yeah.
But for every game they win, it's like a drop. But for every game they lose, it's like a bucket for you guys, right? So right now, there's 28 remaining with a deficit of 17 again. So you've put the handicap back on the board. It's going to pick up the pace real quick here in a minute once this game's over and we start playing 2 tables at a time. Doug to break. Keeps the cue ball on the table. Made a ball or 2. He's got some room. Got something to look at. Mr. Rob Hoiberg stopping by the house. How you doing, sir? How's your guys' tournament going? Oh, no, it's at the garage today. That's right. How are you doing in that? Are you still in? Mike Calla taking a walk around the table, seeing what goes, where it goes, how it goes, and what doesn't go, and why he doesn't want to shoot it. The 13 and the 14 are a little bit funny. They have pockets, but you gotta go after them right now, I think. Oh, does that 13 ball sneak by that 5 in the side there? If it does, Kevin will make sure it goes, but it might not. Yeah, it looks like he's gonna shoot the 10 and try and come back into the center of the table. This is just below center with right hand spin. That's perfect. Whoa now, whoa. Well, looks like Doug will probably use the 11 to straighten out for the 13. He may drift for the 12 right there, but leaving that 13 and 14 for last is so tricky. I mean, your 6 ball as a low ball was going to cause you problems anyway. Whoa now, whoa now. Yeah, awkward position here now. A little too straight on the 12. He may shoot the 14 right now. Nope, he's going to go for the 12. He might be able to cheat that. I can't really tell from the angle because just the nature of the cloth there. You can't really see that bottom rail, so you don't know exactly where it is and what his angle is. Makes it a little tricky, but he's just too straight on it. Yeah, I mean, if he draws back a little bit to just about where he is right now, it's not so bad, but can he? Or is he going to draw right back into the 2? That'll work. That's going to give him the 14. Kevin has to do something to get on that 13, though. It goes bottom left or top right. Doesn't go anywhere else. So can he power through it? He's checking the tangent line here. And he was wondering if he could get by the 2. If he can get by the 2, he could just bring it over with a little bit of check, right? Or is that running? Running. Anyway. As long as he can see the 13, he's got a chance. And he can cue it and see the 13. It was a great shot by Kevin. Got a little unlucky to clip that 2 that way. But the way these guys have been shooting and the way Buttercream has been picking it up, he's got to make this ball. All the pressure in the world. Not really, because it's not the end of the game, but they do need this. They need to get the 5. Not be down 20, not be down 18 points after the first set. So, tough go. Don't even worry about shape on the 8. Just hit it with enough room to get back to the center of the table ish. What's that table line look like? Yeah, so you're gonna come off about double or triple, right? So you should come out there. So you should be okay to come just past the 7 into here. Make that 13. You gotta make the 13 though. Didn't quite get there. And that's going to give Buttercream a really good opportunity to take this first set 5-4. This is going to be a tough match for Great White North to come back on. Whoa. You got to be careful leaning against that wall there, Dougie. For those of you wondering, this is coming to you live from the Metro Coffee Bar and Billiards here in Vancouver, BC. Jose does a lot for pool in the area. It's much appreciated. We thank him for letting us come here as often as we do. Every time we ask, he's sure, no problem, check with Cody, because Cody runs events out of here as well. And we definitely want to be as accommodating as possible and not mess anybody up. It is a little rowdy in here. Little rowdy in here might be a bit of an understatement. No, it's not rowdy. It's just loud. I have to clarify. They had a basketball game on earlier. Not sure what they've got on the screen right now. But they do have a little cafe eating area over there where they got the big screen on, and every Sunday they run, they show football. That'd be European football. I don't want to call it soccer while I'm sitting here. Okay, a little bit of a tester for Cody here. You know, I wouldn't be too surprised if he just played safe here. He's just going to thin that 3, maybe get it in front of the 13, leave the cue ball on that side rail. Well, he's a little undecided, is he? Nerves may get the best of him here. You might watch this cue ball come out too far. Nope, that's going to sit. Well, he left him a bank. But man, it's not a sellout. He's got to come with a shot. Anytime you're letting your opponent to the table and he's got to come with a shot, you're making him work for it. Not only does he have to bank this, but he's got to come around. No, he's just going to play safe himself. Well, he's left the 4-ball out there. That could be enough. Could be enough, that 4-ball hanging out there. Oh, he's playing the 6. He's playing safe on the 6. He didn't call it though. He didn't call it. He was playing safe. He didn't like the 4 on the side, so here's Kevin banking the 13. It went long. Cue ball's gonna get in that corner pocket and hang up there. It's hill in the first set, race to 5, scotch triples. After this, we really start rolling. But Great White North knows how important it is to, try and clean up this rack. And Buttercream has just got all the momentum here. They were down 4-0. They've come back 4 games straight to tie it up. They're feeling relaxed. They're looking relaxed. Sean with the 4-ball. And he pots it. A little tester from corner to corner and drops it. That was a nice shot from Sean there. It's going to leave Cody. A bit of a duck on the 3-ball. Just needs to come back to the center of the table. And Buttercream will have this. That's going to get there. That's perfect shape for Neil. Starting with a 17-game handicap, they're going to add another one and reduce the number of games to go. So there it is. They take the first one, 5-4. On table 1, it's going to be Doug and Sean. Table 2 will be Mike and Kevin versus Cody and Neil. We're playing 8-ball still, folks. Hey, Sean. How's it going? Yeah, it's good to be out. Good to be doing this again. I didn't know if we were going to actually fly again, right? I mean, I had, 4 teams' monies sitting there for... So when we did this, I wanted to make sure, and Doug and I talked about it a lot. We're just waiting for the guys to stop. It's been an hour and a bit, so they're just going to take a quick weather check. Some folks do that sort of thing. But they'll be back in a minute. But yeah, when we started this, we had the handicap set at 25 points, but it was not close, right? Like the matches were a little far apart, so we brought it down to 15. And since then, we've had some really close matches, like the last couple of games, almost a tiebreak one night, right? So we thought we'll leave it there. And I think what we may have run into a case of here is that Cody and Neil may have gotten a little bit better in the last couple of years, and their Fargos haven't had an opportunity to catch up. But at the same time, you can't really say that, because the first 4 games that I got Sean Seguin with me here, just dropped by to check it out and play a little pool himself. I'm sure that's he's got his cue on his shoulder there. So just explaining some stuff and how we started and where we're going and what we were doing with it. But yeah, we brought it down to 15 games and had a lot of close matches, and didn't want to change it until we get proven the other way. And even if Great White North doesn't come close to winning tonight, I still don't think we can change it, because I think it's more of a case of Fargo's. But yeah, now it's that first Scotch triples match goes slow. I flip or lag, whatever you guys want.
Oh, what kind of trick time is that?
Yeah, it's 22 to 4, because they start with 17 points in the handicap, and they won that set 5 to 4. This score sheet is Doug's brainchild. He's got a lot of twisted wires up there that make it work. But it's there's 27 games remaining, and the deficit is 18. So every time you guys, it's a race to 3 from now until we get to the breakers, until we get to round 8.
Oh, everything's a 3 now until the...
It's race to 3 now until the until the 8th round, if we get there. So there we go. Oh, it says right on there, lag for break.
That it wasn't good.
Weird, it was going so bad for us.
Yeah, I know, every time.
What's that? There's not supposed to be any coaching. No, we don't have time for that. We did allow it for a couple of rounds, and then we started to take really, really long. We're like, you know what? These folks are good enough. I mean, it's not like you're playing for $1,500 in prize money, right? With Scotch doubles down in CCS, we're just here for a fun night out. So we don't want to be here till 4 in the morning, right? So. But there we go. Thank you. So on our top table there. Oh, I know what's wrong with that. It's flipped and mirrored. Okay, I did that again. I'll leave it anyway. I gotta correct it. It's flipped. Just a second, folks. I didn't realize this. We've been playing the whole time. The other table is flipped. So, of course, I wouldn't know that until we started seeing it. So I got to flip it around or it's not going to make any sense. You're going to see one guy play as a lefty on one table and a righty on the other table.
Good thing about Scotch. Here's how you get shades. You're not shooting. What is it?
There we go, that's better. I'll just recenter that and we'll be off and running. Give me a moment, folks. So we'll try and keep up here. This is going to be a little bit of a trick because I got to watch both these tables at the same time. If you guys could help me keep score, that'd be great. We forgot to bring our little flip things here. I'll try and make sure I got them for next time. Doug playing Sean on singles on our top left table. And that would be...
Yeah.
Okay. So this is where it starts picking up the pace here. So that was Great White North taking the first round of the Scotch doubles in a race to 3. Just trying to watch Doug on that other table, see how he does.
I think he marked it wrong.
Mike, oh, right. Right. North is going to make a move. They got to make it now. Neil Ram set to break. Bottom right corner table. I should have put it up there, but I didn't. So I will fix that next time. But camera number 2 on table number 2 is via Elo Sports or Elo Stream. They've got a camera up here at the Metro, and I know they're going to be leaving it up. The system will be available soon, and you'll be able to come down, punch in your name, set up your account, whatever you need to do. I'll have to talk to Justin and figure that out again. And then you can have your games recorded to the Metro Cafe Bar and Billiards Facebook page, and they'll start keeping stats of your wins and losses and who they're against. A little bit like Fargo rating. That breaks the 8 out, does not want that 8 ball to get in the road of the 1, stays out of the way. Now if he can pot this 1 ball up there and just hold the cue ball even as far as there, he'll be doing really, really well. Kevin making balls drop as he usually does. Doug holds that up nice. The Endy's got good cueing on that 8 ball. So that's the first one for Doug. I think maybe Buttercream woke him up. I'm seeing Great White North bear down quite a bit here. Nice shot from Mike there. Avoid the scratch, using the horn to keep the cue ball out. Got the 3, got the 5, or sorry, got the 5. Going down to the end rail and back out. No, he's going to hold it there. A little farther than he wanted though, but that should be okay. It gives, the 1 ball's still there too, so. Gives them enough ammo to get out here. Mike can carry this cue ball across the table towards the side pocket. Nope, he's, overcut it. Just hit it too thin trying to hold it for the 1. Okay, Doug, rack number 2 in his race to 3. Good break, nothing down yet though. It looks dry. Dry it is, so Sean Telbin coming to the table. Cody setting Neil up for a couple of balls in the infield. It's got quite a few options there. All going to depend on what he feels he can reach and how he feels he can make that cue ball move. Probably the 12 ball. Might take the 13 if it goes by that 3. Sean getting out there for the 11 ball. Oh, thanks, Ken. I'll put that on there. If I can download it. Let me see if I can download this and put this on the stream for you, Ken. Just advertise that. Looks like that 10 ball goes. If it doesn't, you still got the 14 in the side. Neil and Cody picking their way through that rack. Everything goes. Oh, rattles the 11 ball. That's gonna leave Kevin the 3. Guaranteed he'll get Mike on that 1 ball a little cleaner than the last one, but it's getting from the 1 to the 6 is going to be the trick. That's alright, he's not happy with it, but it's okay. Mike will be able to get in there for that 6 on this one. Not a problem. Running it up the rail. Mike, 8 ball, bottom left corner pocket. It wiped its feet, but it drops. That's going to give them 7 for the night. This just in from Ken Boyle south of the border. Got a tournament coming up June 4th and 5th, the Big Dog Scotch Doubles. If anybody's not aware of it, ask me for a copy of the poster. I'll get it to you. We'll show that again a couple more times, Ken. I'm just trying to fit it in there between games. Douglas making a nice shot of the 5, leaves himself that 2 ball that was out in the open middle part of the table. His only trouble ball now is going to be that 4 ball, making sure he gets in on it. Mike with a big break, but that cue ball is going to drop. Cody and Neil with a good opportunity, ball in hand off the break. Doug taking his time over there. Neil searching for a puzzle, a solution to the puzzle. Doug just potting the 2. If that doesn't roll off, he's okay. Man, you gotta be careful rolling them so slow, but that'll work. I think I saw Neil deposit a high ball. Nope, it was a low ball.
Okay. I think it might have been in front of the weight.
Carlos Santos.
A little bit of infamous humor. Cody just tapped the ball, asked Kevin where he wanted to put it. A little reference to a fellow that maybe went by the letter of the law, not the spirit of the law a few years ago. Certainly wasn't a popular move. Doug kind of left himself in a little bit of a difficult position here, but he's still got that 7 to the side. Cody trying that 7 ball in the top corner. Pretty sure Neil will take the 6 now. Just guessing. threads the needle on that 3-ball, drops it in the side pocket. There's not a lot of room in these diamond side pockets. I'm not sure what size pockets these are. They're not the 4-inch or end corner pockets, no. But I don't believe they're 4.5. Might be a little tighter than that. Cody on the 1-ball. Got it to drop. Looking good to finish this rack. Oh, Neil got there. It's not ideal, but it'll still work. Cody just needs to cut this 8-ball bottom left corner pocket, and they'll get 1 on the board. They don't need a whole lot. If they win 1 rack coming through this all the way to the end, they may still win. That first set was huge. Strange turn of events, being up 4-0, losing that set 5-4. Great White North feeling the pressure here. Alternating break. This will bring Neil up. Doug cutting the 4-ball on the side, visualizing that cue ball coming back down for the 7. No, he cut it to the corner. Cut it to the corner, tried to get straight back and forth shape for the 7. He was on the 7.
Would you mind? I feel that the cigarettes in the back. Just if no one smoke, you can vape in the bar, but if someone smoke outside, I have no.
Sean and Neil, these are 2 big games. Sean drawing that cue ball out of the corner nicely to get set up on that 14. Neil popped the cue ball off the table. That's going to bring Great White North back in with ball in hand. Okay, well this one might be a little different. Do you take the 10 or do you take the 12? You're on the 12 now, but you've got to travel a long way to get back to the 10. If you take the 10 now, you don't have to go too far to get back to the 12. But there's a tiny, tiny risk that you could end up behind the 8. Just jacking up a little bit. Oh, and he hangs it. That's going to bring Doug to the table. He's got to cut that 7 down. There's nothing else to it. Just got to cut it down. Cut it down, run your cue ball back and forth. Hope you end up close to that top rail, but not on it. Doug's not happy. He doesn't like it. What you could do is you could play the 7 down the corner and then bring the cue ball back, try and make that 10. These guys are shooting pretty soft. They've been bit by a ball rolling out before tonight. Hopefully they aren't again. Paul, sorry for the slow response there. I didn't realize I'd had my screen shut off for monitoring the chat. The race is a floating race. There's a total of 35 games to be played with a 17-point handicap. That means that wins and losses both carry weight. Too many losses on the other team put it out of reach. So as of right now, there are 24 games remaining and the deficit is 15. So as Great White North wins racks, the amount of games get taken away and the deficit gets taken away.
Our boy Sean.
But as Buttercream wins racks, the deficit gets larger and the games remaining get smaller. So it's a little confusing, but I'll pop this up for you here just to show you what we've got here. Actual score right now is 7 to 23. The 23 is because of these 7 points in handicap because of that difference right there. So Sean and Doug sitting at 1-1 in a race to 3. Mike and Kevin leading 2-1. Mike at the table. He's looking at a high ball here, is he? Or is he looking like, I got distracted, so I wasn't looking. Yeah, it looks like he's trying to cut the 9 in. Does it? But he's left Kevin so straight on that 14, he may have to bank that 8. Or Kevin may be able to run it around. Oh, if that gets that side rail, that's not going to be a bad result. He might have the 5. I can't really tell from here. Can't really tell. It looks like he might have the 5. Yeah, it looks like the 5 is open. Well, or is he just deciding where he wants to go with the 5? Is in and he's on the cluster, but I'm not sure anything from that cluster goes. Oh, he just played safe. Oh, that's something I didn't get with my headset. He played safe. Yeah.
Should I call just a shot?
I don't hear anything when he's on.
It's you guys' shot.
It's our shot? That was safety?
Yeah, he said it. I don't know if it was her. He said just a shot.
Be on the inside.
It's a pretty tough side bank. Not sure how much of it he can see. He must be able to see most of it. Oh, that's a great shot. Oh, that's a great shot. Now that was looking pretty precarious there, but that turns the table around. I believe Neil can still see the side of the 4. Yeah, he can still see the side of the 4, but wow, that went from, pretty risky to you couldn't really have asked for a much better result out of that. Okay, well, Neil playing a smart shot, just the little bump containing safety. Kevin headed for his jump cue, is going to go airborne. I like these little sequences of safeties and battling back and forth. Looks like Sean's coming to the table with the ball in hand. Kevin into the dart jump, 14 in the side. Right over top. There you go. Cody and Neil with the ball in hand. playing safe again, it looks like. Called the 4. So off and running. Sean on the table up on the top left. Right in the heart of the pocket. Both of them. You know, when you find that rhythm, you can almost add 40 points to your Fargo. And when you're already getting a handicap, that you can be tough to beat. Cody trying to force some angle off this one. Oh, and jawed it. As long as that's not a big bump. Okay, that 14 ball still goes. I think Mike's looking at it. I think he's got an angle on it. Yeah, it looks like he's got an angle on it. 14 ball, bottom left corner pocket, or maybe it doesn't go. I'm just peering up over top of my monitor here. Cut it in. Whoa, Nelly. Whoa, Nelly. I think it stopped. In the side. And that'll be a 3-1 win. Big victory. Okay, Mike and Cody.
We're only racing to 3?
It's just race to 3 at this stage.
Oh, it is, isn't it?
Yep, Mike and Cody race to 3, 10 ball.
Okay, can we smoke?
I'm fine. I mean, I don't want to be here till 3, but
Like 30 seconds.
yeah. I'm sure Mike won't mind either.
What
It was
game?
Mike's idea.
What game are they playing?
10 ball. Yep.
Races to 3 to be dropped. So that was the way that's all.
Nope, that's the way it's always been. The only thing that we've changed is the tiebreak is now a race to 3 instead of a race to 5. Because we, you know, when we had that last one where it almost came to a tiebreak, it was like, oh my God, because it was almost 1 already.
Right.
And I didn't want to be here till 2:30 before I'm packing up and
Richmond, and then you
Yeah.
can drive home too.
yeah, and then I got to pack up and drive home. I wasn't gonna get home till 3:30.
Are you doing another stream tomorrow?
Yeah, got another stream tomorrow. We're going to be at the Slow Roller Room for most of the day. He's got a U550. He's working in cooperation with Brad Haydu at the garage. So, yeah. Fun-filled day.
I'd like to get out there for some events there too.
I hadn't hit enter on this side, so it hadn't I'd put it there, but I hadn't hit enter, so it didn't register. I'm going to have to try and see if I can get that to coordinate with that, so that I can just adjust it on there and it pops up there.
Yeah, 14. How many games?
Oh, Douglas.
Play better. Good. Play better.
Well, when you guys came out of the gate with 4-0, I thought, okay, well this, and then they come back with 5, and it's like, whoa, uh-oh.
Long enough to bring the plan, and they gave him a couple of games. Said, okay, we got a shot now.
And then you guys got a couple of bad rolls where you roll up behind the 5 on that 8. It's like, Sean going for the jump shot on the 8. I expect him to make this one, to be honest with you. That's not that tough of a jump. And there it is. Sean now leading 2-1 over Doug. Updating the score. While we wait, I'm going to throw this scoreboard back on just to go over it a little bit quicker. As you can see, there's 8. Whoops, I messed that up, didn't I? 8-25. This is the reason for the 25.
Are we doing 2-3 on the end? 10 ball 2-3 on the end?
Yes. Yeah. What's that?
Yes. 3's got to go where 5 is.
Yeah, it's WPA rules, if I'm correct. But some places have stopped doing that because they think it's pattern racking, but that's the nature of handball. So, I don't know. thanks, Indy. Much appreciated. So good break. Didn't make anything. I think Mike has a line on the one. Let me get back to that scene. There we go. Sorry, folks. So there you go. Mike's got the one. He can carry him into the 9. Or he could cut the 1 in, I think. Slides by the 9 well enough. Or in behind the 9. Good luck making that one now. That's a tricky position for the 1 ball. I think I'm playing off the horn into it. That was me. Doug still fighting away on table 1 there. Down 2-1. Need them to pick up the pace or we're going to get behind again. And good hit, good hit. Not sure how Mike's going to deal with that one. Just roll into it. I guess it's not frozen to the rail. I think I can see that from here. Oh, did he hook him as well? I'm not sure if he's got the hook or not. No, Cody wouldn't be shooting directly at it if he had it. Good hit. Oh.
Yeah, the white ball did.
Nice return from Mike there. Kicking safe again. Well, not safe, but still a good containing shot. Sean's looking like he's going to work through that rack and get the third win there. Oh, if that comes on the other side of the 7, nope, Mike's going to be able to see it. What is he going to be able to do with it? I don't know. Can't really see the angle that he's got. Nope. I was just wondered if there was a shelf there to put another camera to. Great hit. It's gonna sell the side pocket out, but it's better than a foul. Doesn't change too much in this rack, but Sean looking at that 3 ball, trying to get that 3 ball to go all the way up table. Doesn't need to do anything but make it. Makes his 3 ball, he's on the 8. Okay, Doug back at the table with a sorely needed win here. Cody looking to go from the 2 to the 3. Got to get all the way around the table. Oh, he's gotten all the way around the table. This may be a safety. Bunt the 3 down table, roll the cue ball right up in behind the 6. Not sure if he can, but if it's almost straight on, it's just about a given. Doug with the 9 ball. Now probably going to take the 11 or the 13. The way he walked over there, I thought he was going to take a look at that 11 ball. Decides to stretch out and reach for the 13. Needs that to slow up. He's on the wrong side. If he was just this side of the 3, he'd be able to come out here, no problem at all. He may be a little tight on that side now. Oh, that was well done. Wow. Damn, a little bit straight. Mike's got a good look at the 3. Just needs to come back to the center of the table. I've had to tone down how loud I talk because the guys are sitting right next to me, and I don't want to throw them off. Doug's pretty straight on this 10, but I think he's got enough angle. Yeah, he's got angle. He can make this work. Well, it is pretty straight. He's got to hit it hard and pop it to the side rail. There we go. That's going to come out nicely. And then 14, top left corner pocket, and just bring the cue ball straight across to this side rail. You'll have the 8 ball in the same pocket. Okay, Cody with a nice little jump shot there, avoiding the foul. But he's giving Mike a pretty decent look at this 3 ball. Again, tables are fast, seem fast anyway. Might have a little bit of, if you can hold up for that 4, don't get past that 7. Oh, just a little heavy. But Doug gets it going. 2-2 on that first table. Hill. Great White North really needs this one. Mike and Cody race to 3-10 ball. Mike just clipping the side of that 4 ball. Bring Cody back to the table. Four to the 5's obviously easy. Also shouldn't have a problem getting to the 6. Anytime you have balls out in the center of the table though, I mean, it's great to have options, but sometimes having too many options can make it a little bit more difficult for some players to get on them. I say some players like I'm not included in that list. I'm included on that list. I prefer to take those if I have a ball in hand. I'll take those with me, but of course in rotation you don't get that option. Doug with a good break. Is that 3 ball gonna go? It's gonna go. Can he make anything else drop? Low ball's looking a little, actually low ball's looking pretty decent there. And if he can take this 6, somehow get on the 7, that opens that whole end up. 7 ball's the only thing that's causing it a little bit of a problem right there. 8 ball might be a little tricky, but I think it could be done. Yeah, 8 ball runs up past the 12 all the way to the corner, so if you had to, you could play it that way. Yeah, 6 to the 7. It's always going to be a little tricky. So Mike looking at the 7, trying to hold it there for the 8, so he'll run into that rail, probably just past the 9, and come out off that top rail, top left rail. Probably about here. Oh, ran into that 9. It's gonna work out though. It's just a stop shot. Mike just wants to get off the rail. In the heart of that corner pocket. There he goes. So that's gonna bring the total score to, give me a second, 10 for Great White North, 23 for Buttercream. It's going to be a big game on that other table if Doug can get out. He's got a good 2-ball sitting there. The 7-ball still the one causing him fits and giggles. Maybe it's just us that are giggling. I don't know. Two-ball, corner pocket. Trying to draw back for the one in the top left corner pocket. And he hit that sweet. You don't hit those much better. If that 5 goes by the 7, he's looking good to finish this off. If it doesn't go by the 7, then he needs to get on that 7, and that's a very small window from there. Mike with a great break on the 10-ball. He's got a good look at the 1. A little bit of a 50-yarder, but not too bad. Anybody in the house would take it. Doug really taking his time. He knows how important this rack is. He just wants to cinch it. He's going into the side rail and coming back out for the 7. Is he going to get there? That 5-ball must go. It might be tight, but it must go, or he would not have played position for it. Holding on the 5. He might need a little bit of an earthquake to make that 5 go. The way he's looking at it, it looks tight. It's one of those ones where you just kind of ignore the fact that it's tight, aim for that single spot, and make it go there. Not going to be easy. And it's in. I wonder if that was just theatrics from our buddy there, Doug. I'm just kidding. He doesn't play those types of games. Unless we're playing for fun. Then he'll do it. Mike with a nice, didn't want to bump that 10-ball. Now he's got a bit of a tough one on the 4. Still makeable. Doesn't have to worry about shape on the 6, just needs to be over but on that side. So a little bit of top, spin. Just a little bit. Oh, that's an overcut. But this may get back in behind the 10. Not quite. Okay, this could be a tough one. Doug stretching. He's playing old Buffalo Bill here. Get the rake, man. Checks it on the rail. He's got that 8-ball top center pocket for the win. And to try and keep it close, Mr. Doug. Wait a minute. I think I'm missing one. Yeah, that was Hill over there, wasn't it? That was 3-2 for Doug, right?
It was 3-1 for Doug.
3-1? Okay. For some reason, I thought it was 3-2. I didn't have it marked as 3-2. I just thought they were Hill and thought I forgot to mark it. Oh, okay. All right.
3-1 Doug? 3-1, yeah.
Okay, so Doug and Kevin versus Sean and Neil. And you are playing 10-ball. Okay, so there you have it. It's 11 to 20. 11 to 24. I missed one on there. Okay, there you go. So it's 11 to 24 right now. Mike's sitting with a 1-0 lead over Cody, but Cody's at the table. It's a pretty solid out. On table number 1, top left corner pocket, you've got Doug and Kevin going to be playing Sean and Neil. A little bit of 10-ball action. Switching to the template rack. That might make this go a little faster. quarter after 10. We're just about halfway through. That's going to make it interesting. That looks like a guaranteed scratch shot. I'm just saying. It's really, really close. That's so brave. I can't. Yeah, the way he was lining up there, I can't imagine that not scratching. But he's thinking better of it, taking another look. I think he's just going to play safe and bunt this down to the end rail. Oh, that's going to come long. Oh. Mike is hooked on that 10 or on that 9. Would have been pretty lucky if it had a drop. Mike could have given it back or taken it either way. He sure would have taken it and then been able to shoot that in. Oh, we got a pause on the other table there. What do we got going on there? I got a paused table up there. Not sure why. I think I need to reset a camera here. Okay, it's good. Sometimes things just get locked up. It's not usually the camera, it's usually the internet here. It's the way it goes sometimes. Just changing how I'm doing something here. Because I keep losing it. Yeah, if you want to close that, yeah.
What was it? Caravan horn.
Oh, car horn going on up outside. Okay, I think I sorted that out. Should be able to pop this up here soon. Cody, who got the last round? Who got the last one? He did. 2-0. Okay. Okay, so 12 to 24. Slowly closing in. Well, Cody's going to have to control that cue ball. Hold it there for the 5. Neil made a nice shot on that 7. Sean taking on the 8. Doug and Kevin just hoping they get back to the table. Sean trying to draw first blood, but pops that 8 ball off the horns. It's going to bring Kevin out. Got a little headset problem. It's not quite fitting properly anymore. Got a haircut and messed it up. Oh, and Kevin not only makes the 8, but pushes the 9 right over top of the hole. All Doug needs to do now is bring the cue ball off the end rail. Slow that down. That's going to work. Kevin cut this in, and they'll take another one off the table. Oh no, Cody's made the 6, but just right in behind the 10. Looking tough to get through this. So Great White North, after losing that first set 5-4, have come back and won the next 2 sets 3-1, 3-1. Mike's up 2-0 right now. And that's going to give Mike ball in hand on the 10 ball. For the set. So we're waiting for Kevin and Neil. So we gotta wait. We got a bit of a wait here, folks. We'll just have to focus on table 2 here. Trailing 14-24. 17 games left with a deficit of 10. So still some work to do for Great White North, despite coming back hard after that first set loss. They lost 5-4. They've now won 3-1, 3-1, and 3-0. So they've made up 7 games. Is that right?
Sean got 2 in his singles match.
I just asked Doug. He said it was 3-1.
I don't think it
I'll ask them again. Yeah, I thought it was 3-2, but they told me it was 3-1.
That's too far from the real, man. Let's see.
That we may have a score discrepancy in Sean and Doug's match. Or maybe not. Cody just went over to ask Sean and then came back to talk to me, or didn't come back to talk to me, so I'm going to assume we're right at 3-1. So regardless, we're at 14-24, 17 games remaining, and the deficit of 10. So Great White North still needs a lot of wins. Kevin, 2 onto the 10. Oh, and he hung it. Good thing the 10 ball got out of the way, though. Need to be cinching those. Down 14-24. Only got 17 games remaining. The best way to look at it basically would be at this point it's a race to what? That goes to 27. Race to 13? No, that doesn't work. Yeah. It's a race to 13. Something like that. Anyway. But just as a floating scoreboard, that's what we've got there. Neil cutting the 3 ball in. He's coming way back for the 4. Is he going to get far enough? Well, It is cuttable, but it's a little bit steep. I don't think you can bank it from there. You might have a bit of a problem with the double kiss. What do you do on this one? You bank that, you play safe, you cut it down and go for it. I don't mind cutting it. I mean, the 5-ball isn't exactly tough to play shape on. You stay on this side of the center line and you're gonna have a shot at it, most likely. I don't mind playing safe either, but the trick is, where do you play safe? There's not a lot of convenient areas or easy areas to get the cue ball to without also sending the 4-ball there. I think you've got to try cutting it down. Well, the caveat with that is, if you do try cutting it down, you are selling it out if you miss. If that ball rattles in the jaws or stays anywhere near it, you're selling out a pretty decent opportunity to go from the 4 to the 5. So maybe you just bunt it, the 4-ball down to the 7-8. Not a bad effort. Not a bad effort at all. And Doug's got a bit of a challenge here, but he does have an opportunity to kick safe. If you can come in and clip that 4 that way and then run the cue ball back up table, you could play a nice little safety there. It's a containing safety. You're not going to get most likely won't get a foul out of it. Oh, he had the edge of it. Oh, where's this cue ball going? Into the 10 and in behind. Just about scratches, but also just about hooks him. Mr. Fast and Loose, Doug Lowe. I'm surprised, actually, he didn't put a little bit of left-hand siding on that and come after the 10. Maybe that's what he did. That'd be crazy. Man, I can't believe it's been a year. Almost a year. Miss Lori Mino in the house. Mr. Chris Jackson over there with Mr. Stan Tarancho. I don't have my glasses on, so seeing 10 to 15 feet away is sometimes a little difficult. 9 is fine. I can see 9 feet fine without my glasses. Weird, huh? 2 feet, not so much. Kevin might play safe on this 4. I think he's trying to bank the 4. Leave the cue ball on the 8. Oh, that'll work. Well, he's got the 1-rail kick. It's pretty easy from there, but you're kicking into a bad position. You've got nowhere for the cue ball to hide. You need to kick this with some speed, and trying to kick this with some speed while you're jacked up over a ball means that cue ball, once it hits the rail, is gonna bend. So you've got to try and account for that. Anybody been watching that the Buffaloes tournament today? The One Pocket tournament? Any updates on the scores there? Sean called it in the side. He misses that 5, but gets a good contact on the 4. And he's got distance. That could be a lot worse. That could be a lot worse. So Doug now looking to see what he can do. This might be one of those ones where you just thin it. Try and get that 4-ball on the rail. Get that cue ball back up table. Could go for the long bank. Oh, he's going for the thin it. Oh, is it going to hit the 5 and stick? That's going to work. That'll work. Love a good safety battle. Who's going to be able to kick it? Who's going to be able to thin it? Who's going to keep control of that cue ball? Is he going to get it right to the rail, or is it going to get stuck on another ball? I think he's left the side of the 4. Now that I look at it from in real life, he's kicking at it, kicking long rail. the 9. It's going to hang up over the corner pocket, though. It's close enough. Kevin can cheat it. Should have no problem coming 2 rails out for the 5 in the same pocket. And from here, Doug should be able to run into the 7. Wants to run into the 7 fairly thin, though. Or slow. Just enough to pop the cue ball like that and the 7 ball like that. Just give it the old W treatment. No. No. Oh, wow. Nobody breathe. Nobody jump up and down. Kevin, quickly shoot. Yeah, you needed to hit the left side of that 7. I understand he was trying to miss the whole thing, but I think that gets a little risky, and it opens itself up to that particular scratch shot. Oh, Kevin trying to go around the world. Well, he's left that 7 ball out in the middle of the table. This is not an easy pot. It's a back cut to the right, tough cut to the left, plus you're moving the cue ball. You gotta move the cue ball. Gonna be tricky. Oh, that's why the headsets don't fit. One side broke. Time for a new set. Buy metal ones this time. Sean's got a tough one here. These guys got to pick up the pace, though. It's 10:30. We are just barely halfway through. This is holding up our next match with Neil and Kevin. Seven ball coming around. Oh, and he's scratched. That's going to bring Doug up with ball in hand. Probably the simplest is taking that there and just running your cue ball. My lines aren't entirely accurate. I failed stickman drawing. Mr. Mason Mackey, welcome to the show. That's going to be perfect on that 8. Little bit of angle. Kevin can get there any way he wants now. Leave it for the corner, take it out to the side again. Whoa now, whoa now, whoa. Okay, that's going to the end row. That looked dangerously close to that corner pocket. And now all Doug has to do is stop shot right there, 9 in the side. Or he floats it on past for the 10 in the corner. That's all right too. Both work. That's going to put Doug and Kevin up to 2. And Great White North within 9. They're now into single-digit leads. Which is good, because there's only 16 games left. This is getting closer and closer and closer, folks. If it wasn't for that first blip in the first set, they'd be down to 5. Literally every single game Buttercream can get is huge at this point. It's not so much that they need a whole bunch of wins, they need to take away options. Great White North only has 7 free games, and then they have to win them all. Actually, it's not even 7, because for every one, like say Neil wins by 3, it increases the deficit. So Neil to the table.
You were shushing. I say shush. That's a shush shot.
Something funny over there. Couldn't quite hear what they were talking about, but Doug and Neil got a good laugh. Kevin with a little chuckle there. Neil with a push. Getting right down to the end rail. I think they're going to hand it back. He who pushes must shoot again. You can actually play this 3-ball in the corner. You thin the one. Oh, he tried to get in by the 4-5. Not a bad effort, to be honest with you. Not a bad effort at all. Kevin wants to play this in a bit of a Z pattern. Or Z for our friends down in America. Wants to get all the way back down to the end rail here. If he can get down to the end rail, he can move that cue ball back up for the 3. Trailing by 9 with only 16 games remaining. It's a huge deficit. Oh, and he tried to bank the 1-ball. I get it. I just would have thought he wouldn't have minded moving the cue ball down there. You do, I suppose, take into a little bit of a risky side shot if you don't get enough spin on it, or you hit it too thin. But Sean will be able to come down. Mike, you got to watch the side on this one. Well, I don't think Neil's going to have a problem getting the cue ball to come back up for the 3. Getting it to stay there might be an option. This is a thin cut on the 2. And he has to watch he doesn't scratch or run into that 10. If he misses the 10 here, he could scratch. Oh. Watch out. This is a tricky little shot. Hello, Doug. Hope you enjoy kicking. It's a 2-rail kick. Something like that, I'm thinking. Mr. Chad DeMaine, the main man, stopping by to check out the stream. Much appreciated, guys. Hope you're enjoying it. It's been almost a year since we've done this. We've got our next match on June 17th. They will be taking on Team Davis, Copeman, and Pickering. You want to know a big Fargo deficit there? Those guys might hit the maximum on the cap. And the maximum on the cap for those fellas, you have to play good to beat that cap. I think, if I could be wrong, but I think it's 25 is the cap. But that's huge. You only got 35 games total. He messed up the 3-ball, so getting from the 2 to the 3 might be a little tricky. Could be interesting. Oh, Sean's gonna go for the old 3-foul rule. You know, if it was Doug shooting next, I might go for it, but with Kevin, and I don't think he even hooked him. I think he can make this one. I think I would have played shape up towards the 9 off that 2 originally and see if I could get on that 3 using the 9 as a break. Oh, and Kevin kicks it. Got a legal hit, didn't sell it out. Although Neil's got an interesting 2-5-3 combination. If Doug and Kevin win this, then we're off to the races, back to 2 tables. There it is, the 2-5-3. But he didn't get the 2 clear. I'm not sure Sean can even see a piece of it. He might have to kick at it off the side rail or the end rail. I don't mind the kick off the end rail because it sends it away from there and you can get some distance there. Oh, he might be able to thin it. Thins the two. He's gonna get the safety. Just the angle that cue ball is coming at. That's nicely done. I think if Doug just misses this side pocket, he should come right at it. Come short of this side pocket. Hit it with a little bit of pace, and you might get a little bit of separation between them. I think he waved to the corner pocket there, indicating he's going to try and kick it there. A little bit of left English on this. Got a good feeling he's going to hit this. Looking good. Oh, and the check spin stops it from going in. Wow. Okay, Neil trying to cut the two in the side pocket. There's a little bit of room there. There's not a lot, but there's enough. It'd be a nice shot, especially if he can keep rolling forward. Play the four. Oh, that's going to set up in time for the side pocket. Not sure how Kevin will get this to come around and play the four. He may be able to thin that two in, bring the cue ball in off the six and spin it around. He's going to hit this too thin, so whatever he puts on it isn't going to change the angle of the cue ball very much. It's still got to go pretty much along that line. A little bit of draw, we'll put it to the six, then he can spin it up the rail. Sorry, into the six and then the rail and up. A little bit of top spin, go into the six and then try and run it around. I think he's put, oh, he played nine. Just a containing shot, I guess. Didn't give anything up. Two ball still doesn't go. Make them make the mistake, I guess, is the theory. It's not a bad one, right? Oh, that's going to be a good safety. Nice little weighted safety there. Tried a little bit of a touch safety there, didn't work, but he hasn't sold it out yet. A little bit of cat and mouse here. Okay. Just doing a little bit of housekeeping here, saving some new posters. Two-six combination. Kevin wants that cue ball to stop, and it's going to. Okay, Doug needs to get that cue ball over there for the four. I really think trying to draw into the seven. Don't try and come all the way. Just come in between the 7-10. Try and get your weight right for about there. Come too far. This is such a big hole here. If you try and go around, you're going the wrong way. You're going too far. I don't like the line. The angle doesn't work unless you can play that with straight left. Yeah, a Little bottom, just draw it in between the 7-10. Even better, off the 10. Oh, put the 10 in an awkward spot though. I don't know about you, but that is not my favorite spot for a ball. 4 ball, top right corner pocket, bring that cue ball 2 rails and around, or he may draw it 1 rail and back, or he may go 2 rails and out. I think 2 rails out makes more sense. Yeah, get a little better on that 5, get a little straight. And I should just be able to draw off this 5 into the 9 and leave it right there. Either across the 9, into the 9, past the 9. Either is fine. If you do draw into the 9, you need to have a little bit of pace on it so you don't just draw up and sit right there. Just past the 9 gives him a good line on the 7, so he can play it 1 rail. Just coming back somewhere up near the middle for that 8. Kevin will be playing to get shape onto the 10. Yeah, just drew it across. That works too, probably better. Excuse me. Been sitting here for 3 hours now. It's between a little over 3 hours with setup and chatting time. Just go straight in and straight out. Oh, he checked it up. I'm really not sure why he left it there. Because now he's giving him the wrong line, right? You can see that is over there, so Kevin's gonna have to run this cue ball somewhere. Oh, well, Dougie may thin this in. I'm not sure how far off the rail that is. It looks pretty close. Man, I hate these ones. Tight, 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 tight.
Sorry for you.
Is he banking this to the side? Oh, off the horn. How crazy is that? And I think that brings Sean for the 10 ball, bottom right. It's a long 10 ball. But it's a 7-foot table, it's not that long. But as far as the 7-foot table goes, that's, you know, could be shorter. That'd be better. He's got a little bit of an awkward bridging there. You can see him going back and forth with the bridging. Up, down. Oh, and he hangs the 10. A little bit longer shot for Kevin, but Kevin coming from a snooker background, this is just a cross table shot. Shouldn't be anything for him. Nice little bop. And it is. So that finishes off that set. Doug and Kevin with 3. Sean and Neil with 0. We've got Kevin and Neil playing 9 ball. Doug and Mike versus Sean and Cody playing 9 ball. So we're back to 2 tables again, folks. 16-24, trailing by 8 with 15 games remaining. gonna have to keep putting the pedal down if they want to pull it out.
Doesn't matter who calls it.
Okay,
It's 50-50.
What was it? He fixed the equipment.
that was funny, dude.
Oh, well, at least you guys have a tray over here.
You got my breaker over here?
I think it's in there, Kevin. All right, so back at it. Just to let you know, there it is right there. So after losing the first set, they've come back to win 3-1, 3-1, 3-0, 3-0. If they want to win, they got to keep it going. Another 3 and 3 will make it 22-24, going into the Breaker's Choice. It's a tough battle when you're a good team in this thing. You've got to give up some weight. That's one of the reasons why we put the handicap where it was, is so that almost any team out there could have a chance. And as you've noticed, I mean, Great White North has had to play hard. They've given up some options and they've gotten a couple of rolls, but they also had a few rolls go against them in the first couple racks. So Kevin, playing Neil, race to 3, 9-ball. 9-ball's a little luckier. There's no 9s on the break, but of course, in the true spirit of 9-ball, 9-balls can go down at any time. 10-ball, you got to call it, and of course, no 10 on the break, because that's not a rule. Mike breaking bottom rack. Watch that 6-ball. Oh, 6-ball tried to go, but he popped the 1 in the side. He's dressed up on the 2. Trickiest position here is going to be this transition from the 3 to the 4. And even that isn't that hard, because he's got the side pocket right here. Oh, don't be straight. Don't be straight, Doug. Don't do it to him. You did it to him. This is going to be tough.
A little light.
Pretty straight on that 3. Doug's standing right next to me, so I got to keep saying that that's really straight on the 3. Didn't help his partner out much there.
I deserve the needling.
Maybe, maybe not, but I'm going to do it anyway. On the other table, Neil. Jumping at the 2. Got to get up over the 3 quickly. No, I got into the 3. And he's kind of fouled the 3 up. So I'm going to look to see Kevin play another safety here and get that cue ball in behind the 3-6.
It'll fall.
Maybe watch him. Well, play the cue ball there. Maybe. Nope, he's going to try and break it out. Okay. Partner or opponent, Doug's setting him up straight. Kevin didn't get a good breakout on that 3, so he's going to come at it with a kick, and he's kicked safe. I think he's safe there. Cody with a nice shot there to jack the cue up way in the air, pop that 4 ball in the corner and get back down there for the 5 for Sean. Sean just going to let the cue ball pop off the rail a little bit for the 6. 7's going to be a workable endeavor. 7 to the 8 to the 9. And I think the 8 to the 9 is probably the trickiest part. Gotta be careful. Oh. Oh, and Neil's made the ball, but he's gonna scratch. Or not. How did that hang up? It's like it hit a piece of gum on the corner of the rail there. It just hit it and stuck. Great shot to make the ball. Got a little unlucky with the leave. I'm not sure what he can do with this. Just kick at it and hope for the best. I'm not even sure he can hit before the side pocket on that. Okay, Mike stepping up to the bottom right-hand table. Neil, gotta let one go here. I just love these safety games. I guess Doug shouldn't have let Mike straight in earlier. A little tricky. I think he's actually corner hooked. He might actually be corner hooked. Well, it's not straight in. This is missable. He's pointed right at the 50-yard line. The back cut to the corner offers the more gentle pocket. The cut to the right offers better visibility. Going to the top right-hand corner pocket. And that's not going to get it done. Mike coming to the table. Kevin walking through a rack at the bottom there. There we go.
Is that you guys?
All right, 17 to 24. 13 games remaining and the deficit is at 6. They finally have more games on the deficit side than they do remaining. More games remaining if they subtracted the deficit.
Any idea how many games we played?
What's that?
Any ideas how many games we played over there?
I thought that was the first one.
Okay.
Yeah, I've only got it as 1-1. This is also just 1-1. So
1-1?
well, 1-0, 1-0, and 1-0. Yeah, sorry. 1-0 on both tables. But I was looking at 2 1s on your guys' side, so I said 1-1. I meant 1-1. Nothing. I'm not good with words. Yeah, take a half hour to explain what I should have just said correctly. I would be using the template rack if it was me racking. I'll tell you that with 9 ball, that if you use that template rack, that wing ball is guaranteed. Nice shot by Mike. Sets old Doug up pretty nicely there. Just a straight draw shot here. Doesn't need to come too far back, just past the side pocket. I think he's okay there. I think he's okay. It might be a little tight. Mike's not thrilled about it, but it should be okay. Neil still trying to get that rack tight. Switch to the template, boys. That needs to slow up. It's not gonna, so Doug's gonna have a bank corner here. Bank corner on the 4. Try and get that cue ball back out into this area. Neil's got the rack down. Watch that 5 ball. Right here. Whoosh. Oh, and Doug nails it. He gets pretty fortunate on the leave. Just lined Mike up perfect with the 5. The 9 ball, I think, is blocking the 6. Nope, looks like it might go past. That might be the only tricky part there. Doug, yeah, Mike give it a little shake of his head there. He wasn't really happy with his draw. Wanted to bring it back a little further. But Doug can just go into the end rail and knock the 9 up table a little bit. Not going to hurt anything. Mike might end up playing safe off this. Just 2 rails, tuck that cue ball in behind the 9, get ball in hand for Dougie. Although if I know Mike, he's gonna go for it. Cut this across. It's there. Hung it. And did not sell out. Couldn't tell where the cue ball had gone there for a moment, but Cody's going to have a long bank on the 7 to either corner, either to try and combo the 8 in or to make it to the other side. I didn't see him look at anything. Oh, look at this. Well, Doug's going into the 9 ball here. Just cut this 7 in the side. That cue ball's going towards that corner pocket. Just got to make sure there's not too much room. Neil with a nice shot on that 5, getting down for the 6. Just got to make another good one here. Oh, off the horn. That might have been a blessing, might have been a curse. He might have had too much pace. He might have been perfect. And there you go. Oh, Neil just about made the 9 ball. A little farther would have been perfect, but that's not bad. Little 50-yard line, but and that'll give another one to Buttercream Croc Skin. Every time I see your team name. Sorry, that's the wrong one. Another one for Doug and Mike. 1-1, Kevin and Neil. Doug and Mike, 2-0 over Sean and Cody. Still 6-12. Why am I so short on that one? Keep forgetting to add up the ones on the stream. So the score is 19-25. They're only 6 behind. 12 game deficit, or 12 games remaining with a 6-game deficit. probably need 9 to win. It's getting closer though. Kevin making the wing ball. Is he going to post that one up at the side? If that had been another ball width around, I'd say it was guaranteed to go in. But this might be a little tricky. He may end up playing safe here. Just knock that one. Oops, that wasn't the right angle. Down that way. Bring the cue ball in. Up in here. I don't know. Maybe that doesn't work. Actually, doing that, he probably has to bring that almost side back and forth. So it's not going to go to the end rail that way, but you might get it to go 2 rails and stay out in the middle of the table. Is he banking that one? Oh, hung that one out to dry. But that's all right. I think he's pushing. All right. Sean's gonna get up and take a look at this. May end up passing that back, but it might also cut. Not really sure. Usually if you don't have a plan, nice cut into the corner. But he's gonna have a little bit of work cut out for Neil here to cut this 3, and that's a long shot. He's made some nice ones though. Sorry, Cody. He's made some nice ones. That's not going to get a rail.
Yep.
So thin trying to get by it. Okay, so Mike to the table. Ball in hand. Neil with a pretty good starting position there with the 1. Don't know if that was ball in hand or not. I hadn't been watching. Picking his way through the rack. That's a bit unlucky. I think Doug is going to have to kick side rail. Oh, and Neil with the power safety. Getting a little fortunate on the leave there. But Kevin will just come from the back rail, kick it. Might be able to get it to stick and slide in behind the 5. Nope, but he's able to drive it to the side rail, pop it out to the center of the table and get the safety. Neil's going to bring out the jump cue, head airborne. Douglas is going to bring out the mass A stick. Calling it 2 rails in the side. Call it when it goes, you're a hero. Wow, great hit from Doug. Great hit. Wow. Mr. Eli Yarwood stopping by the house. Hello, sir. Welcome. Thank you for stopping by. Oh. And that is 2, yeah. With the foul on the kick on the 3. And then the foul on that one, that is 2. I don't think it'll come into play, but you never know. Always can play the 4-9 combination and maybe marry up to the backside of the 7. Could be interesting. And that's in. And that's it. Douglas. Breaker's choice, singles. Who's your Mike?
Whoever breaks it picks the game. I don't know.
Who's your guy? Oh, okay. Between racks. You gotta keep the pressure on. It's not gonna get easier.
I know.
So, switch over to table 2 here. Kevin Robitaille facing off against Neil Ram. Race to 3, it's 1-1 right now. At 5 balls, a little tricky to get position on. Kevin's gonna overrun it? Nope, he's gonna hit it perfect. Same thing here, just a little top right, go into the end rail, come back up anywhere over here. And he'll play that with a little bit of spin, go 2 rails and take the scratch or the possible hook behind the 8 completely out of play. Roll this into a little left-hand siding. Uh-oh, uh-oh. That'll work. That will work. You needed a little bit more left-hand siding on that one to stay away from that 9. As he's back cutting it here with the possibility of a scratch. Sorry. So the score is 20-25. Sorry, I updated it on the spreadsheet, but not on the top score. Kevin, not 100% sure on how he wants to play this 7. Looks like he's gonna just play safe. Oh, that's well done. That's well done. Oh man, if Neil can see a piece of that 7. Wow. That's a heck of a safety. Great play by Kevin there to play it 2 rails in behind the 8 and get the cue ball ducked in behind the 9. Neil's gonna have a hard time with this one, even if he makes it. How's it, like, even if he hits it, he's gotta get lucky with the make. Going airborne. When the 9 ball's that far away, you don't need to do the dart jump shot. You can drop your hand down a little lower because you're going for a distance as well as height, so you want that cue ball to be going over the 9. Kevin's gonna just pop this 7 ball a little bit, get a little bit of room there, and bring that cue ball all the way down table. It's gonna come out, so he's gonna give Neil a piece of that 7 to see. Probably the whole ball. I think he can hit the right side of it too. But what can he do with it? 11 games remaining, a 5-game deficit. It's been a huge turn of events these last 6 sets. The first set seemed to go. Oh, that's a great shot by Neil. That's going to get in behind the 9 as well. Great turnaround. Nice shot, Neil. I think Kevin can see the edge. No, he's got to kick at it off the side rail. He might be able to roll into it and just bunt it past the 8. No, he didn't hook him, but Neil can't do anything with his 7 but play safe. And somebody better watch that closely and make sure he hits it. It's going to be tight. I got to put my glasses on and make sure I watch. Legal hit. Legal hit. Good hit, but he's left the 7. Kevin can make this. Kevin can make this. Bump the 8 out just a little bit, and he should have the 8 into the same corner pocket. Hangs the 7. Oh no. This could give Neil another one. Just got to watch positions. Position with the ball deep in the jaws like this can sometimes be tricky. You can end up drawing right down the table or right in behind the 9. Oh no. Oh wow, the one spot on the table. How often does that happen to us though, right? You get the one spot on the table and you're like, I just don't want to be there. Interestingly enough, I've been reading about this for a while now, and I just stumbled across Charivari, the German fella with the big YouTube channel, and this was one of the videos that popped up. Was your brain can't comprehend no. So there's a ball in hand for Kevin. 2 balls left. Out to the center of the table, maybe this side of center. Can't go wrong with that. Unfortunate turn of events for Neil. Should have been out there, but that's going to make it 2-1 for Kevin. That's what I have. I understand it's hard to keep track sometimes because you get so involved in the game. You're like, was that the first game or the second game or the third game? I just have 2-1 for you guys. I just marked it up. Yeah.
25, 21. How many?
It's actually, yeah, there's 10 games remaining and a 4-game deficit. So. Getting down to the very nitty-gritty, guys. There's 10 possible games remaining, and there's only a deficit of 4 after that first set, where it looked like everything was going Great White North's way. Buttercream comes back 5 games in a row, steals it, puts all the pressure back on Great White North. And then once we got the 2-table action there, they've been just putting balls in holes like nobody's business and doing exactly what they need to do to make this game close. 2-1, Kevin leads, Neil breaking.
Not looking good for the underdogs, eh?
You're still ahead. But if you take 2 of those off, that goes to 8, this goes to 6. every game you guys win is a huge amount of pressure on them. Kevin with ball in hand, leading this set 2-1. 3-4 are tied up. That's going to cause some problems. Although, if he can play the stop shot there and then just draw off, it's not a very big target area, but anything in there off this 2 can work. Oh, he elected to come back a little farther, so he must feel a little bit more comfortable playing at this side, but it's still the same object. He's coming between the 6 and the 5 over to the 7. If that's got enough speed, this is amazing. It's a little shy. You know, his cue ball control and his knowledge of angles. There's just something to be said for years of practice and effort. And not just time on the table banging balls, playing people, right? It's drills that also contribute. Because only in drills do you get to do the same shot 6 or 7 times and learn how it really reacts to everything. Okay. Ali hasn't changed too much. He's given up a shot at the 3-7, which if you're leaving the table and you're leaving a combination to your opponent, well, it's not a complete loss. Oh, but Neil drills that 3-7 with perfect shape on the 3, holds it there. He's in line. It's going to be a little tricky getting from the 3 to the 4 because he can't really cue the cue ball very well. He can jack up and stiff it, and he should be able to come between the 4 and the 9. Nope. He's just going to roll it in, take what's on the table. Smart decision. Run this 4 ball up into the top right-hand corner pocket. A little bit of top right on the cue ball to get out there for the 5. Or is he going to go to the side? No, he went to the corner. It's in, and he's on the 5. Maybe not ideal, but it's not bad either. Five ball, oh, hangs it in the corner, rattles it in the corner. He was on the 6 and would have been better on the 6 because he undercut that. So hitting that a little fuller would have made the ball and slowed the cue ball up. But with this type of position, I don't see Kevin having too many issues. Just probably about a 230 on the cue ball, tip and a half of right, and just play it with 2 rails back out to the center. Oh, he's drawn it bottom left. You don't hit it better than that. I mean, that's just plain and simple. Just a straight draw shot, stop shot. It'll float towards the head spot. You'll be on the 8, staring the 9 to the side. Whoa, Nelly, that got away. Is he going for the cut or the bank? Cut with a little bit of right-hand side and check it up. Oh, that is going to go. It's going to go. That'll do it. So 22-25. Breaker's choice. It's a tight one.
So it's captain's choice.
You get to pick your player, and then they flip or lag for break, and whoever wins the break gets to pick the game.
So there's going to be a separate flip for that.
Yeah, you pick your player,
Yeah.
and then they flick to see who breaks, and whoever breaks gets to pick the game.
I see. And it's going to be a race to 4.
It's a race to 4, and Doug's putting Mike through.
Heads up.
Yep, just 2 guys.
Then we have one more race to 5. Race to 5.
Back to Scotch triples.
Okay.
And that's the trailing team gets to pick the game. If it's necessary. Which it will have, like, even if they win.
Mike?
Yeah.
Flip for game?
Yeah.
Go. So Sean, all right. All right, so you heard that. It's going to be Mike Calla versus Sean Telbin. Race to 4. What are you guys playing, Mike?
10 ball.
10 ball. So race to 4, 10 ball. Mike Calla versus Sean Telbin. Sean to break. So even if Mike takes this down 4, like if say it goes Great White North's way, it goes 4-0, we're still gonna need the next set. And even if it goes the other way, we're still gonna need the next set. I'm just gonna fool around with that sheet right now. Oh. No. Yep. Okay, so just fooling around with the score sheet. But after the break here, I'll pop it up as we watch Sean break, see what happens with the table. Doesn't come apart well, but that one ball looks like it's tracking for the corner, and it's going to hang up. So just so you're aware, this is what we're looking at. 22, 25, 17 game handicap. Games remaining is 9, the deficit is 3. So the way this works is we have to wait and see what each, well, yeah, every game counts at this point, and every game makes a huge impact. Mike's gonna be trying to play for the safety here. Well, it's early. He broke the 2 out. I don't know how he's going to hit this thing. He's going to have to spin it like crazy. That's not that so much. Going 2 rails at the 2. Oh, this looks good. Oh. Not a bad effort. Not a bad effort at all. It's going to be ball in hand for Sean. He's got the 2, 3 at the other half of the table. 4 balls a little funny on the 10. If the 4 ball were lined up a little bit better, maybe I'd be interested in that 4-10 combination, but the way it sits right now, I don't think I'd try it. Well, Sean's on the 3, fairly straight. But he's got room to cue the cue ball. He's got a little bit he can do here. Oh, this might not work out so well. Not much he can do with this. Just gotta play a safety of some kind. I gotta talk a little softer right now because he's standing right in front of me. Yeah, just bunts the 4 ball to the side rail, sends the cue ball down table. Hold on, just give me a second. Mike's got the 4 ball straight in. A little bit of angle. Oh, he's going to send that 4-ball to the side rail, though. That'll leave Sean a bank. Sean with a long shot on the 5. Drills it into that end rail. Mike coming to the table with the 5 to the side. How's it going? It's got a bit of a funny angle to go from the 5 to the 6, though. Sorry, that's Sean looking at it. He's kind of worried that he doesn't wreck on the 8. Oh, he hit the sweet side of the 10 and came out perfect. You couldn't get a more fortunate roll on that positional shot. He's now in line and just needs to keep the cue ball clean. Coming across the table. Nope, he's going to hold it up. Oh, that's coming hard. Wow. This is going to be a tricky shot. Tricky little shot here. Playing that 7-ball. Top right corner pocket. And trying to bring that cue ball back for the 8. Easy to get caught up in here. He's going to bank it. Okay, yeah, I don't mind that play. Bank it hard because you're going to draw the cue ball right back. That's not a bad effort. He's perfect on the 8. Got, well, just about. I mean, he's straight in on the 8. He would like to have a little bit of angle. But that leaves Mike a good look at the 7 to the corner. But it's long. Oh, look at how good. Oh, jeez. You know, it's not often you hit him that well, and it just hurts like hell when you drop all the way back into the corner pocket you're sitting at. Ouch. That's going to be a little shy. That's going to be a little shy. This is going to be a little bit easy, a little bit tougher than he wanted. He was hoping to have this nice and easy to float over for the 10 in the same pocket. But now, not only does he have a tough cut on that 9, he's got to get that cue ball back and forth for the 10. Unless he hits it, but he should miss it. Oh, he did hit it. And he hung it. Don't tell me that's going to hang up. But does Mike even have a shot? I think Mike's kicking at it. Can he twist it and play it off the rail? Oh, and look at that. Feeds it right through. Needs that cue ball to run. Well, hey, as of 30 seconds ago or a minute ago, he didn't expect to get another shot at the track, so you should be happy you're shooting the 10, folks. If you're ever in this position, yes, you could have got better shape, but a minute and a half ago, you didn't think you were going to get the play. this time. Trains it. 23-25. 8 games remaining, and it's a 2-game deficit. I think we've got this handicap figured in pretty good. If you've got a high Fargo, then you've got to play well to win. These guys have played well. It's a tough run, though. 8 games remaining with a 2-game deficit. Great White North has come storming back. What's that?
What do they have to go to?
It's a floating target, right? It's all based on wins and losses and how many games are remaining and when it gets put out of reach. So if they had have won those 5 games to nothing, it'd be over already. Because we don't have a set target. It all depends on how many games you win, how many games they win, how many handicap games are in there. So it's a little confusing in that I can't tell you, oh, they just have to go to 27. We've had some games win with a 21, some with a 28, right? Like it's all depends. It all depends on how they perform, right? Right now, Mike made a clutch 9 and 10 ball in that last rack. Oh, that's not going to be where he wanted it. Yeah, I'm looking at this, and I'm thinking something like this. But not really, because that would be only if it was 9 ball. I wouldn't do that in 10 ball. Because you have to call it. Oh, it's a nice shot of the 1. A little bit of an unfortunate roll with that 4. Can he kick the 2 in? The 4 ball's right there. He doesn't need to run anywhere for shape. Is that the 3 at the other end, or is that the 7? That's the 7. Okay. Or is he going to the end rail? What's that? Yeah. Yeah, trying to get distance. There's no... If you're going all out offense if you kick it the other way, right? Okay, well, he's got a bead on it. The problem is this, is you can't get around it, right? You can't draw through it. Maybe you could. That might be your best option with a little bit of spin. Yeah. Same result. That's right. That works. Yeah, that's not an easy shot.
That's why I almost like a draw.
Yeah. Well done. I think Mike's finding his rhythm here.
Sometimes you just feel more comfortable playing top rather than...
Yeah. See, on that one, I'm much more comfortable playing bottom right than I am top left. But totally personal, right?
Yeah.
Even if the percentages were still a little higher in the top spin shot, I would still play the bottom just because I'm comfortable with it. And now you just got to run this around. 3 rails. Too much speed. Hoping for a big bounce there. Not gonna get it. What? Just do the old, what I call a split safety, because you're just trying to get them as far apart as you can on the table.
You're either cutting in the corner or you're playing that safety.
Yep. You could play the.
You can also go with 2 right out, right? I like
Yeah.
the 1.
Oh, that's nicely done. I don't know. Can you see it? Oh, wow. That was so close. Half ball. Oh yeah, but another half ball rotation and it's not there, right? Yeah.
It looks way different than the camera.
Did he indicate the 10? Yes. I was looking away when you did that, so I wasn't sure. It's a horrible way to lose. All right. Wow, yikes. But that goes in. Oh, wait a minute. You're right. What am I doing? We just played 9 ball, so I thought that was weird. I wasn't paying attention. I'm like, oh, wow. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, right. Yeah. So my bad, jumped the gun there. Sean's sitting on the 50-yard line. He's actually made quite a few of these. Seems like every time he got here, he's been able to put it down. Sorry, I gotta talk softly because it's quieting down in here, and that's in. All right. So that changes things. So this is where we sit right now. The score is 23-26. There's 8 games remaining. Every game the leader, Buttercream, wins is a 2-game swing. So if, like for example, I put this to 2, there you go, right? But there's still a 1. It's getting close. That cue ball fighting for the 1 ball. 3 ball near the side pocket. 4's out in the open. 5, 6, 7. So 1 to the 3. If you can get from the 1 to the 3, you might be having a good game. Hopefully it's not muted. I can hear a little bit of the music in the background, but I'm hoping the mic isn't picking it up. We're getting down to the very, very end, though. Score's 23-26. 8 games remaining. Sean playing a safety, but it goes off the 8 and hangs up near that corner pocket. This is actually going to be a little trickier than it looks because it's pretty straight. but there is room to make it move. Can Mike get it to come over to the left side? He cheated the pocket a little bit, but he's hung it and hooked him. Looks like Sean's probably going to grab his jump cue. Going airborne, up over the 6, 1 ball in the corner pocket, trying to draw with bottom left to draw the cue ball over for the 3. Hit it good, but I don't think he's there. I don't think he's there. May have to play this off the rail. Calling this in the corner by the 9. Playing it off the side rail with spin. Pretty sure that's the only thing he has. Offensive, anyway. Not easy. That 3 ball's about 1.5 inches off the rail. 9 ball does make it a bigger target, though. Gotta watch that scratch, maybe. Well, that's a lot better than it could have been for Mike. He's got a good chance to run this out from here. Three ball, come back and across for the 4. Nope, hung up on the 5. 5 ball, getting in the road, causing problems. Darn that 5 ball. Ten to midnight, folks. We're almost done. It's possible 8 games remaining. They're only 3 behind. They need each and every one. Calling the long bank. Two-way shot. Gets to play safe and offensive. That's going to come out big. That's going to come out too big. Four ball hanging up like this. Sean has a good opportunity to get out. That 5 ball's sitting right there. If he's not careful, he could get in behind the 8, and that could cause a problem. Or, nope, he's all right. Just drifting over here a little bit off this 5 ball, somewhere into here. Maybe hit the rail and bump out a little bit. Oh, he's put himself on the rail now, though. I know he didn't want to do that, and I know it's a little tricky, but sometimes you have to go through that a little bit deeper. Oh, nails the 6, runs into the 10, stops the cue ball. It's got that 7 ball lead, just begging for the side pocket. to draw back a little bit. If he goes forward, he's got some work to do. He might have to just roll forward. I'm not sure he can cheat that pocket and get to that side rail. He might be able to. Oh yeah, he's fine. And here's where you try not to tell your brain, just don't hit the 10 ball. Oh, hit that nice. Nice work.
Croc Skin.
27-23. 7 games remaining, 4-game deficit. It's getting tight right at the end. They got within 2. Sean has taken the last 2 games of 10 ball. Mike to break rack number 4. Great White North needs to turn this set around and pull it out just to get back within 2. If he can see the 1, he's got a great table here. Okay, all he has to do is make the 1. Yeah, this is
the shot.
Mike standing right in front of me. Didn't sell it out though. Tough starting shot.
There's a lot of pressure on that shot because you know once you make that more pressure, then it should be on that shot, right?
Yeah, and it's one of those ones that the first person to get in line is going to win this rack. Next time I'll have a chair for you and another mic. Mike checking to see if he's got a pathway through there. It's so tight. He's going to go to his jump cue. I don't mind this decision. I like Mike to make this shot from here. Odds are high. Yeah. It was a good effort, good effort. I still think he was better than 50% to make that.
Yeah.
But now, Sean's in line. Can he control the 3-ball properly? A lot of people forget to control the first ball in a combination, and they end up funny on it the next time. And then, but no, he's done a great job of controlling that. Yeah, Sean's looking pretty comfortable at the table here. I think that would have been just cue ball fouls only. tell Sean's feeling comfortable out there. He's not moving around too much. He's just a comfortable, slow pace. Has the same rhythm. He's gently stroking the balls in. Just a stop shot on this 7. I think this might put them on the hill. Oh no. Oh, that's just pressure, folks. That's just pressure. Not like Mike isn't feeling any here himself. I don't think he's got an edge of that ball. He's definitely hooked. He's looking at the kick. Don't be too surprised if Mike pulls something out here. This guy can play. And he's not nervous. He's sinking into it. Going over options in his mind, nodding his head, shaking his head. The single rail kick. He's going to call it in that top left corner pocket. All or nothing. I think he's corner hooked. I can't see. If he can see it, I think all he can see is a piece of it. This could be tricky. He's standing right in front of me, so I don't want to talk very loud. Called the 9 in the corner. He's hit it. Good hit, but that's going to give Mike an opportunity. So tough there, so tough. Mike makes the 9, but he doesn't get on the 10 nicely. He's going to cut the 10 in. It's a thin slice, but it's definitely doable. He's going to check it. And there it is to stay alive. 24, 27. It's 2-2. The total score is 24-27. There are 7 games remaining. So every game, super heavy.
Nice cut there, Calvin. Thanks, buddy. Do or die there, I guess. Right. Gotta put it in.
I think one more and they're on the hill. super tight here at the end. Sean with a great break, but it looks like he's going to get stung on the one. Or is he going to be able to see that one from here? I can't quite tell. All right. We'll just leave that there. Sean's looking at that one ball top right corner pocket. Not sure how much of it he can see. That 8 ball might be obstructing part of it. I have to talk real quiet because they're sitting at the table in front of me. I should have made them play on the far table. I will keep that in mind for the next time. Guys are taking their time right now. It's just getting to a crucial point in the match, right? I think if Buttercream can take this rack, they'll be on the hill. Okay, I think you're going to see Mike play it safe here. Shoot the one ball up past the 9, roll the cue ball up to the 4. Yeah, he's cueing just above center, so look for this just to roll in. Oh, that's a great safety. That was well done, well done. Now Sean's got the one rail up and down. I'm not sure he has that one. He's looking at it like he does. I mean, you don't really want to kick at it this way either, because then you're bridging up over that 4. Might be something I'd feel more comfortable going that way at. Oh, got a ton of siding on that one. So that's one you might see Mike go for the 3 foul rule here. I wouldn't be surprised to see him put that one ball down here. Cue ball in here. Yeah, 3 foul rule is definitely on the table here. He's just going to bunt this over by the 7. Oh no, it came out. Oh, I don't think he's got the whole ball. If he does, he's going to get the kick for sure, though. A little tricky. Sean just working around, walking around the table, looking at his options. You know, one of the things that I'll do if I'm having trouble finding an angle is just walk completely around the table and let your subconscious pick up reference points. They can just sometimes help give you an angle or a different perspective that you didn't see, and you realize that, you know, it wasn't quite that far off and off the rail or something like that. Sean going up into the air. Good hit. He's got safe again. Mike gonna have to kick off the end rail. Oh, he might be able to cut this in, believe it or not. I just took a peek above my monitor and I think he can cut that in. Wow. So close. But didn't drop. So Sean probably gonna bring out the jump cue again. Nope, he's gonna kick at it. Called it in bottom left corner pocket. Cue ball's going to go the other way, so he's not playing for the 3. Oh, wow. He could have made it, but it did come out. It's going to be tricky to hold for that 3, though. Wants to stay in this area, so he may just roll this in and just come up. Played a bit of a two-way, got the safety out of it. Not intentional, I think. Much more likely he would have preferred to make that. Sean's got the jump cue in his hand again. Neither one of these fellas able to take advantage of an opportunity. Haven't been very many good ones, though. Not in this rack. It's been really scrappy. That's going to be a good one, though. Yeah, rather than the side to side, because you're not going to get a big separation, right? But you're right. If you kick 2 rails on that one, you could probably get the one ball to head down table. Oh, then Mike overloaded it with the spin. Just having trouble finding the gear. Oh, he's going to thin it and send it up table. Oh, he didn't get any spin on it. Well, it's on the rail, so that's still going to cause Sean some issues. What's that? I think you're fine. You might rub the 10 and scratch, right? No, you're right. All right. Well, that was an unfortunate scratch by Sean. Mike coming to the table, ball in hand. He's definitely looking at the 4. He's going to draw this straight back towards the 4. Not going to make this difficult at all. He's got on the wrong side of the 4 now, I think, but that's okay. He can still... No, he's all right. He's on the right side. So he can play that 4 ball into the side pocket and bring the cue ball into the other side and float down for the 6. I don't mind this. Just a little bit of left-hand side, just center ball, maybe a little bit above center with left-hand side, and come 2 rails for the 7. You do not want to come through the exact center of the table. You want to go long. Oh boy. Mike wanted that 6 ball to sit anywhere but there. A little after 12, 24-27. And Sean just didn't get the stuff on it. I'm not sure what he's going to do here. Whether he kicks at it 1 rail. Nope, he's going airborne. He's going right at it. Yeah, because you don't want to try and jump that 8 as well, right? So playing over the 9 into the rail, hit the 7, that'll give you enough speed on your cue ball to come back out somewhere. Oh no, scratched. Okay, now this is where you gotta get your confidence back, right? But sometimes it's so hard. I know if I'm not relaxed, I'm struggling, I don't do well. I know Mike is really good at pushing through that. It's one of the parts of his game that I like, is that even if he's struggling a little bit, he can just bear down and grind even harder. Like that. Just needs to... Yeah, either way. I mean, the more I watch the pros, the more I realize the pros would have just rolled forward and taken that. And there it is. Another one for Great White North.
Ugly rock, that was.
6 games remaining, and we're back to a 2-game deficit. Yeah, I mean, there is a mathematical best way, but sometimes that's offset by, yes, I know that it's better to play this one with a little bit of top left, but I'm really uncomfortable playing it with top left, so I can play it this way, even though it goes from a 67 to a 54. If I shoot the 67, it's actually a 47 for me, just because I don't play that top left very often, like that one checking on the rail. But yeah, you're right. Most people, if you average it out, would take that top left and play it properly. So that just tells me that's one of the things that I have to go back to the drawing board and work on, is playing inside siding on shots like that, right? 9 ball on the side. Mike's got that second ball popping off there. He's got a good look on the 1 to get back within 1. They were 2 games away from being eliminated. Well, they're actually 2 games away. Yeah, it's well, this is the hardest part, from there to there, and then back to here, right? Because you got to move from end to end, back to end. But this is all right. From the 1, 2 to the 3 to here for the 4. It's tricky but workable. Well, that makes it different. Actually, I think that makes it a little better, because now you just need to clean this up and then come back down. Oh, he hit that good. He hit that good. Five to the 7. Control the 5. That'll work. That'll work. I actually have my mouse sitting on exactly where the cue ball was. I love it when it works out that way. It's like, hey, maybe I do know how to play the game a little bit. Can't execute like that, but I know how. Yeah, should still be okay. Just a little nudge just to make sure it wasn't in the center of the ball, right? Just hit that side. There it is. 4-2. Mike takes that set. We're now back to Scotch triples. It's a race to 5, and the trailing team will get to choose. That means Great White North, because they're still trailing by 1, will get to choose the match. Just to go over the score sheet, I think we've got the handicap down, because it's coming down to the last set so often that even though this was a pretty big handicap, Great White North has had to really dig deep to catch up. And in reality, in that last set, like, Sean was within 2 games of winning it, but it's now 10 ball. No, you flip for. No, you're right. Trailing team. I was reading the wrong line. Trailing team's choice. Okay, so it'll be 10 ball with Doug, Mike, and Kevin versus Sean, Cody, and Neil.
Did you flip for the break?
Yep.
Figured it. I got the 2-headed coin after all day.
What's that? Scotch triples. Yeah. So we're back to Scotch triples. Again, the final set of the night. 26-27. Do you guys want to play on the far table?
Probably better for you. You can talk more and everything.
Yeah.
I'm gonna adjust that.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. I think the handicap works.
I'll be honest with you. I was scared shitless.
I told him.
Any other day, still should be.
Well, see, the thing is, if you look back over the whole set, there's games that everybody's given up. Like, Sean was within 1 game. Like, if he makes that 1-9 ball and gets on the 10, you guys are on the hill. But how many games have we seen that both sides have given up like that, right? So,
Not as much as us.
no, that's true. But there's been games where I thought they were out, they didn't get out. You guys got to the table and didn't get out, and then they got back to the table, right? Oh, that's weird. Got you on the stream, Sean. There you go, took you off. I didn't realize it was on. It's only on this one thing. I've turned. I normally have Rob sitting there, but he's not here tonight, so I took the camera and I normally take it off, but it was on there because they're sitting close to just need one camera, right? So the guys just checking the weather. They're coming back in soon. We're gonna play 10 ball, race to 5. Great White North is still trailing by 1. Still going. Does it still say? Oh, I know what's wrong. Was the audio off a little bit there, Mike? Or sorry, Dave? It seems to be okay on the stream. No, it's a little off. You're right. Yeah, I'll see what I can do with that. Is that a little better? Did my voice drop off there and I didn't get it going? That's probably better there. Okay, race to 5, 10 ball. Scotch triples coming down to the last set once again. I thought that was my phone for a second, but it's not. 12:21 a.m. Saturday morning. Scotch triples action. Well, not any action now, but in a moment, I promise there will be. If you're just coming back to the stream, this is where we're sitting. 26-27 going to the last set. Scotch triples, trailing team's choice, and Great White North chose 10 ball. I don't know who's breaking. It looks like Sean might be breaking. He's brought his cues over there. We're going to set them up on the far table this time. That way I can sit here and talk a little louder and I'm not whispering in your ear, because that'll probably weird most of you out. Four and a half hours we've been running tonight. If I had been here early, we probably would have been better and closer to on time, but it's what it is. I think they're starting soon. Come on, guys, let's go. Just waiting for them to begin. Guess everybody's a little stressed. Almost hill going into the last set. As you can see, Buttercream had a handicap of 17 points due to the Fargo difference, 1631 to 1893. Running total sets it at 26 games to 27. There's 5 games remaining with a deficit of 1. So Great White North just has to win this last set 5-3. I think the math is wrong. I'm gonna have to go over that. So anyway, but I will do some testing there. And that's where we're at. Sean makes a 10 ball. But there are no 10s off the break, of course. That's not a thing. Because being call shot, you'd have to call it. Okay. Just running some tests on the score sheet. I'll have to talk to Doug about that. It seems to be... It's working. It's adding it up correctly. I just don't think it's factoring in the possible games. But I think I understand why he's done it that way. Because it could be a 5-0 game. Sean back to the table. Calling the 6 ball in. This will be a little tricky with the cue ball going off and off. And he's nailed it. And he's going to set the 3 up over the side pocket. Who is this guy? Three ball works, 4 balls there. Neil's gonna have to play this with some inside spin. Or he may just draw back and leave it there, let the cut happen. That'll work too. We'll see. There we go. Somehow that got turned off. That's weird. Let me know if you got sound again. I'm not sure why that changed. It's weird. I wasn't even fiddling with that. Normally it's stuff I fiddle with that I break, but I wasn't even touching it. That's my story and I'm sticking to it. Yep. That would be me being muted like a nitwit. Not really sure how that worked. Sean looking at what he can do with the 4. Trying to keep an eye on that, make sure the audio doesn't automatically or strangely shut off again. Just gonna call it bottom left corner pocket. Gotta watch the cue ball doesn't scratch in the side. Be a tough scratch from there though if he's got any speed on it. That's looking close. Is the cue ball gonna help it along? Oh, well, I don't think Kevin can make it from there. I think he's got to kick at it. Yeah, I think your only option is to kick at it that one rail with some spin and come back. Oh, he's just going to play safe. Well, that's a little easier to kick at it from there. Cody's going to go for it. Pretty sure. Pretty sure he's going to kick at it. Just a little bit left. You don't need a lot. Great shot. Nice kick from Cody there. Wasn't much. I mean, you can't blame him for not getting shape on the 5. That was everything he could do just to make that ball. Neil's just gonna have to deal with it, and of course he's not complaining. He's just stepping up. He just wants it. Doesn't care what the position is. And realizes there's nothing Cody could have done there to help it out. The fact that he gets to draw a bead on it is a bonus. Hits it a little thin. But I think that came out. Oh boy. Doug should be able to get Mike in line on this. Like they're in line now, I think. Yeah, he's got room to see that 5. Just pot the 5, the 6, 7, 8 will take care of themselves. There you go. Mike's just going to draw this straight back. Doesn't want to move the 8. If he can avoid it, he does not want to touch the 8. And just draw the cue ball back to here. I think they're on the hill. No, they can't be on the hill. Because there's still theoretically 5 games the other team could win. So they have to win the set. Yeah, didn't let the 8 ball move, so now Kevin can pot the 7. Give Doug the nice easy duck on the 8 ball. And then we're back to Mike on the 9 and Kevin on the 10. There you go. get on the hill. 8, 9, 10. That's all that's left. Hold on a second. Why is that not? It's not moving. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. No, it's not. It's not right, Doug.
No, you play range to 5. Sorry, hold on a second. Is that not right?
No, your score sheet isn't right. So hold on, my camera froze. It's not letting me do a damn thing. Why can't I log into that camera now? You have to play.
Yeah.
Because even though you guys are at 4, your score sheet says it's not. It says it's over, right?
No,
But there's still 5 games to play. They could still win this if they come back and win the next 5. See? It says it's over, but they could still win 5 games.
right, and then it would be a tie, right?
No, then they would win.
If they win 5, it's 5-4 though.
It's 30 to 27. If they came back to win 5 games, they would have 32 games.
Oh, including the tiebreaker.
No, forget this.
Oh, they have. Oh, they don't have a game yet.
This is a game. Yeah, this is a game of race to 5. But my camera froze. Sorry, folks. Somebody bumped the wire inside the room there. Unplugged my camera. So it froze. So we got to correct the score sheet. There's a math problem on it. But they do need to finish this set. Because even though they're 3 games ahead, there's still 5 that Buttercream could win. So, but if they win this set, then it will be. Yeah, there's only 3 games in the tiebreaker, so this is it. If Great White North can win this, nicely done. And somebody was just in the utility room and knocked my camera out, so sorry, folks. Missed that little bit of wahoo there, but we're back. Let me just double check the sound. Yeah, sound is there still, so we're still good there. All right. Okay, I can relax again. Doug's got a bit of a tough shot here on that 3 ball. Trying to make this and float over No, he's gonna try and cut that in and run around. I don't mind it. If you float it in, you're selling it out if you don't hit it. This way, you have a chance of not selling it out. But that's the way it goes sometimes. 3-ball, top left corner pocket. 4 to the 5 is going to be a little tricky. Oh, that's going to rattle. Okay, I think that's Mike. Mike up next. Yep, Mike Calla to the table. A little bit of check siding, run right back up for the 4. From there, pretty easy to get to the 5. You can just run forward. It's getting a little late, but we're almost done. 1 a.m. Oh no. Kevin rattles the 4-ball. But that's going to bring Cody to the table, who is not going to be upset about this at all. Four ball in the corner, trying to hold the cue ball for the 5. Nope, he just spins it around. Well, he's going to get a look at it. Not sure he can do anything with it. Might be able to bank that to the side. More likely just play safe. Put it to the end rail by the chalk. Just playing safe. Oh, not going to get there. Unless that bounce is big off that rail, it's not even going to get to the rail. Holy cow. Starts out so fast, but just seems to put the brakes on. Doug setting up. Might play the carom to the 7, but more than likely we'll just play safe. Not really a lot you can do with playing safe except knock it down to the end rail and back up to the head rail and try and put the cue ball on the end rail by the 8 and keep the 8, 10, 9 between them. Oh, hits the 6. I didn't realize it was that tight. So that's a ball in hand for Sean Talbot. He may play safe here. I don't mind it. Play the 5 2 rails up towards the 6 and leave that cue ball frozen to the back side of the 8. Mike looking at what he can do with his 5, bank it or cut it. Or play safe. I don't mind the cut, don't mind the safe, don't mind the bank. Just gonna play safe. That'll work. If that doesn't get you a ball in hand, it's gonna be a lot of strange safeties start to get played. Got to play that. Well, he can play it 1 rail down here. Yeah, he can still do the 1 rail kick. I was thinking he had to go 2. up that way. But he's got lots of room. Just got to decide. Oh, he's going to kick 2 rails that way. I don't think you need to. I think you've got enough angle on this bottom rail. You can hit it with some spin and clip in behind it. That would be ideal. Send it down table. It's getting to the nitty gritty. The guys don't want to make a silly mistake, so they're taking a little bit of extra time to think it through. Make sure they get it right. Cody going for the jump cue. That might be a little close. You gotta hammer this thing to get it to go that far. Yeah, that was gonna be a tough jump shot. I'm not that good at them. He'll just shoot the 5 in. I could see him putting a lot of top spin on this, trying to run into the 10 and make the 10 too. Not really. I don't think he'd try that. But make the 5, leave yourself the 6, and you're pretty much on a roadmap. Yeah, you gotta like following Kevin. It's not very often you get really left badly. I'm not really sure. I guess he's got enough angle to go to the bottom left, the bottom side rail and come out. There we go. Okay, now I understand. Probably would have ended up 2 straight earlier, so this works too. Kevin can pretty much just stop right there. They actually literally stop right there. The 9 is in the side. Now you gotta cut that 9 in the side with some pace and try and run that cue ball into it to get it back up table for the 10. This is gonna be a good shot. Wish I could see his head to see if he jumps up on it. Oh, he hit that sweet. Oh, that'll work. I think that's gonna do it. Mr. Mike Calla stepping up. And the 10 ball in the corner. That's it, ladies and gentlemen. That is it. The match is over. Well, thank you very much, everybody. First and foremost, I want to congratulate the winning team, Great White North. Our 3rd-time champions now. I'll have to double check that, but I think they're 3-time kings. The only team to do it that much. I want to take the time to thank Buttercream, Croc Skin. Our 2 teams it was a really, really good match. Very entertaining. I enjoyed it. I'm just trying to bring up their sheet here. There it is. Here we go. So these were our participants today. Mike Calla, Kevin Robitaille, Doug Lowe make up the new kings, or the returning kings. Great White North, whereas Buttercream, Croc Skin of Neil Ram, Cody Graham, and Sean Telbin put up a good fight to start, getting up with a 5 out of 4 on the first round. But then those next rounds, it's just too hard to overcome when those guys are playing like that. You know, I mean, all they need is 1 or 2, 3 more wins during that stretch, and this is a totally different ball game. I'd like to thank Jose and the staff here at the Metro Cafe. It's been a lot of fun. It's been glad we could come back. Looking forward to the next one we do. In the meantime, I will run through our next match, which will be Great White North against the Smooth Operators. That's going to be a different one. Great White North is going to be getting the handicap. Smooth Operators consists of Jason Copeman, Simon Pickering, and Scott Davis. Lowest Fargo on that team is the 614 of Scott Davis. Anybody that lives around here knows of Jason Copeman, 642, can play a little bit. Simon Pickering, if you live on the West Coast, you probably know Simon Pickering. He's a pretty darn good player. Looking forward to playing with them again. I'd like to thank Sandro Manzel, Steve Register, and Amy Wilson at Moi Photography for the various photos that people have submitted. Just want to make sure they get some credit. Thank you very much for letting us use them. To the Metro Coffee Bar and Billiards, we've already thanked them. To all of you, much appreciated. Thanks for sticking with us. Some of you stuck the whole day. Some of you just popped in and out. I appreciate it. And June 17th, we will be back with this match. All right, folks. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. It's been a lot of fun. Where is that? There we go. So, anyway, thanks very much. Hopefully we'll see you here again on June 17th. I don't know whether we're going to be at the Metro or whether we're going to be a place out in the valley. Don't want to impose on Jose too much. He already almost never refuses when we ask to do something here. It's been fantastic. It's great for pool in our area, so thank you very much. In the meantime, to everybody who stopped by to watch, thank you very much for coming in. And we'll see you in a couple weeks. Thank you very much, folks.